Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing? Ah, fuck. All right. I'm not rebranding. Ooh, Jesus. Okay. Ding ding. Change it back. All right. 800 people, only 200 likes. Clearly not a cult. What happened to your arm? Oh, I got a cut while I was cooking. It's actually not that bad. It's just in a weird spot, and I couldn't get a band-aid to stick to it for some reason. I have a bunch of really shit. It's a long story. I have a bunch of really shitty band-aids. How often do you dabble in PMCCs? Pretty often. I mean, I'll usually sell covered calls if I have leaps on anything. Mm. Morning, Claw Ranch. How you doing, man? I think that's about it. Rev dead? No, it's just not doing anything. Thoughts on Fubo this morning? Fubo's kicking ass today, right? It looked really good in the pre-market. Yeah, it's still just going up. Uh, I'm okay with that, I think. I think the Dark Age is starting in Europe again. Took 200 years, depending on your perspective. I see. Ko-Fi. Sorry. Matt Feinstein, head of GME blockchain, stepped down. Well, they needed a reason to short the stock this week, so now they've got it. Ko-Fi. That's what I was looking for. Hold on. I'm catching up. Hi, I'm new here and really enjoying the Centaur stream. What do you think of Upstart October monthly $6 calls? $6 calls? Like you want to sell deep in the money October calls on Upstart? Yeah, there's a big fat downside gap on the SPY. It may not fill it. All right. Yeah, I heard Matt Feinstein quit. Hey, here, use this to buy some band-aids that stick. This ought to cover it. It's the absolute least I can do. Thanks for streaming, even after almost cutting your arm off while preparing for the new Cooking with Pi-Fi channel. Yeah, I'm not preparing for the Cooking with Pi-Fi channel. I was drying my knife and it like cut right through the towel I was holding and nicked my arm. It was sharp. It was very sharp. But I'll be okay. Girk sold out this morning, got rid of all his shares. Oh, sorry. Here, I'll scroll up. Yeah, they're all gone. I own no stocks. I'm like Burry now. Fluffy, I was lucky I even had a band-aid in my house, okay? Phase 2 financial. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Cash is a position, Girk.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go back. So when the shit squeeze, we gon' end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC.
Did you finally get to use your health insurance that's not even set up? No. The only reason I have health insurance is because you have to for like your taxes, right? Actually, I got a physical at the doctor like a few weeks ago and I just paid him cash. I couldn't figure out how to get my insurance worked out, and like I don't think he took it, so I wasn't gonna deal with it. Do you see SPY hitting 410 before the bear rally? I mean, yeah. That's how that would work. There's too many pores here. We have to clean this place up. Bithead, thank you so much, man. Guys, shout out to Bithead for hooking you up with Cornichon. Thank you so much, Bithead. It was getting a little dirty in here. Accept Bithead's philanthropy, even if you don't want it.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money.
You're still not worried about your GME $30 covered calls? Do I look worried?
Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
I don't have very many of them sold. Gerald Bold, thank you so much, man. Did Bithead do it fucking twice? Jesus Christ, you crazy son of a bitch. This is how a pigeon whale conducts himself. Make sure you have gifting turned on, man. Fucking crazy, Bithead. Thank you so much, dude. Thanks to Bithead carrying my membership for a quarter of a year. Hmm. Um. Spy's still having kind of a tough time breaking 410. Hmm. With a renewed bear rally thesis, how low do you see the SPY going through SLD? The average drop is 200, 200 to 300 basis points. And it can be pretty rapid, especially in a rising market. So, there's opportunity to take advantage of the drop, but I don't expect it to be very long lived, or at least for SLD. It's not right. Okay, SPX is breaking 410. Let's see how much we can rally here. Um, Seems like GameStop has risen a lot for it just to be going up with the market. You know, not a lot of utilization after Friday. Dark pool utilization dropped down into like the 40 point range. I would expect we could definitely track the market right now with not very many interruptions. Actually, also the market maker hedge is flipped. Are you planning on selling more CCs this week for GME? Probably, yeah. I'll probably sell some more at like 40 for Friday. With Fubo CCs seem like impossible to time. I mean, a little early to be selling them, I think. They're not, I mean, they're not worth a lot. You could. With renewed bear rally thesis, how do you see the SPY going through SLD? Yeah, answer that. Lots of Fubo $5 calls getting bought across many dates this morning. Yeah, I see that too. It looks good. That's exciting. The DMA on WeBull will only allow me to set between 1 and 200? 1 and 100. No 200 DMA. Where should I set them? Um, hmm. Let me see if I can remember how to do those on here. Uh, I didn't even know Webull had DMAs. I don't really use them, but yeah, it looks like you can't. I don't even see them on here. Oh, here they are. Yeah, it's capped at max 100. I don't know. Do you need displaced moving averages? For what? Do they give you any information that like EMAs don't? I think Jimmy will go over 31. We can move up to like like 3250 depending on call interest 3375 before we really start to get like bogged down in put gamma. That might be the first point where we start to see some like serious resistance. Although 30 was shockingly easy to break. Is there a place to view dates for SLD, like historic and future dates? I mean, there isn't like a calendar for them. They're just the Wednesday before the monthly options expiration is when the deposit period begins. Did you close your GME CCs? No, they're still open. I might close them. Guess I could close them and resell them a little higher. We're gonna move up to 32. Just roll them. No, it's not worth rolling them. Yeah, I'll just sell them higher. I think I'm gonna leave the 35s and 40s open. I don't really think we're gonna move that high. That'd be a bit ridiculous. Well, that's some spy calls. Now the market's gonna tank, isn't it? I mean, just put a stop or something, right? How high can GME go today? 33-ish? Yeah, like 33.75 is the next like positive gamma strike. After that, it's a little shaky. Like, it's pretty hard for us to move beyond that right now, at least. We'll see though, as more and more calls come in, that can change throughout the day. That's one of the downsides to the data that we have is that, you know, it updates in the morning and at night, but we're not like a NYSE like market maker or CBOE market maker, so we don't have like live OI. Yeah, they're no longer net negative gamma, so they're net positive gamma. Coolly. Need any Sammy Gurk? God damn it. No. No, it's too early. Too late to get SPX 4200s for Friday. Those might be a little high. Yeah, I might wait till after SLD to try to re-enter. It might not be too late for like 412s or something. Like I'm thinking about picking up some shorter dated 412s. Although they are kind of fucking pricey. Not available for the daily. Or 4120s. Yeah, I'll just hold what I got. When pre-OPEX following Monday. Wednesday pre-OPEX through following Monday? For what? Oh, for SLD? Yes. Through Monday morning. Can you touch on Fubo and its price action over the coming weeks? I mean, right now Fubo looks good for a move to like 7 or 8. I think the big question with Fubo is it going to have like an OPEX price event? Or is that going to take more time? Right now we're seeing a lot of accumulation on Fubo, institutional buying. That could put pressure on like a potential OPEX. But we'll have to see. So it's very early if it's getting spun back up into OPEX cycles due to institutional buying tying up liquidity. Then we might run on this OPEX. It might be like one more OPEX later. We'll see. It's got a substantial short position on it, and there's a lot of institutional interest, so that's really good, right? Short dated CCs the day before SLD. Just know that on a rising market into SLD like this, sometimes SLD's over real fast. So your opportunity to get out may be short-lived. All my CCs for GME expire this Friday. Any chance you see GME touching the top of the wedge and filling the gap at 37? Maybe next week? I think next week's a lot more likely to fill that gap. Unless we get like a shitload of call volume in the next couple days. My brother got his master's degree, taking the fucker to a steakhouse tonight. Congratulations to him, man. That's awesome. When you no longer care whether you get assigned on your CCs or not, it's pretty cool how much premium you can get. It can be pretty nice. Most significant resistances for Fubo to the upside? The next like really big one is at $8. I guess there it hasn't acted as a real like a really strong resistance before. 612 and $8 are the two notable upside resistances, provided it holds above 463. So yeah, is that, hold on, let me zoom in. This might be, I didn't really mark this, but there's one like right there. Yeah, about $6, 608. And then up here at like $8, which is probably a little lower, like right there, just below 8. Those will be the two important ones. If it continues to rise. There may be a little pullback in this run up. It's pretty crazy already. Why is VN so low? That's a good question. Just not a lot of Vega on the chain. I think that might be a factor of like not that many far dated calls being open on GME. More so, not that many far dated near the money calls. Assuming the war in the Ukraine would end tomorrow, I don't think it's going to end tomorrow. How would it affect the markets in the near future term in terms of bear market and incoming recession? I mean, it's not the primary driver of recession. Mostly it affects energy pricing and food pricing. So it affects core inflation a little bit, but I don't think it's going to change the overall macroeconomic conditions that much. The sentiment from it could definitely trigger like a big rally though. Is this pricing in a good CPI report? I think a good CPI report is the expectation. It'll be hard for it to miss by that much. The core inflation rate of growth is still kind of minimal and probably won't pick up till like next year. And with energy prices down, you know, it's likely that the CPI report's pretty decent. Thanks for the heads up in the AR play. I'm 60% on my 10 calls. I just wish I grabbed more. Congratulations, Sasan. That's awesome, dude. PMCC's there. I'm fine with closing both legs, but I want to milk out theta of the short leg. Yeah, I don't think there's any risk of being assigned early. Not any more so than there normally would be. Like FTDs aren't very high. It doesn't seem like shares are currently in short supply. Towards the end of the week, it gets a little riskier, but what's happening with Rev? Are you expecting this to rip today? No. I'm expecting Revlon to rip at some point. That's why I bought shares and leaps. If I expected it to rip today, I'd own weeklies. What's making you move on buying back 30 CCs? Because we could hit 33 and I can resell them for more money. That's it. So I pull them back now and sell them on a, you know, higher test, closer to the money. Does SLD happen every month? Yep. Tried Fubo 7-day trial. Nice platform, but currently way too expensive. Yeah, that's something that Fubo's supposedly working on. They're trying to lower the like subscriber cost by adding like ad revenue. So they're adding like advertising packages that they're going to charge advertisers for and then pass those savings on to like the consumers in order to like drop the price of their subscription packages. Thoughts on the can being kicked this quarter, then institutions run GME on the T35 from December OPEX. Same like Sneeze. Seems like the profitability is what drives roll, fail. That's possible, but in the event that they do kick it, I think that'll still lead to price improvement, right? Like kind of like we saw in 2020, where you know we had compounding price improvement from like October through December. But I honestly think they're in a pretty good spot right now, at least liquidity wise. So I don't see them needing to kick the can so much. Obviously, you know, be cautious, get your exposure, but make sure that, you know, it's not going to cost you too much to have exposure. Like, just define your risk and make sure you have enough theta to carry through the expected period. And if nothing happens, who gives a shit? If Fubo pulls back, where would a good entry be? Do you see it going down later in the week? I don't know if it's going to get any cheaper than it currently is. It's already very cheap, right? If it does pull back, it may pull back towards like $4. SLD may give you an opportunity to get in, but it's been rising against the dropping market for some time now. Like I think the market was down 2 of its up days last week, and it still kept going up. Like I said, there's a lot of institutional buying on Fubo right now, and that's gonna kind of skew its price action against like active fund participation. You could make it rip today by just buying the float, but you keep refusing. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that, and I can't buy the float. The float is like what 20 something million dollars. And 60% of my portfolio is GME, and you can't get margin on it. Can you do a quick TA check on Apple? Apple looks good. Obviously, like if you want to play the upside of any like big mega cap into the rising market, that's fine. My price target for Apple would be like 164 though. It may move up to like the 166 level, but that's kind of risky. TA on JJG. Uh, JJG's kind of in a rising wedge. It's probably gonna fall back to the bottom of its channel. Um, if this breaks out, super fucking bullish. But yeah, it's really likely that we see a rejection somewhere in this range, and like a return to the lower trend before moving up again. I love how I just had that preloaded. I don't even know when I fucking did that to you. It was like weeks ago. What if after October 11th, Rev isn't getting delisted? I'm watching Rev IV and it's been steadily decreasing. Is this something of concern? I'm selling cash secure puts. Seems like the premium's been dropping down little by little. The market maker is pricing puts down, which is one of the reasons you're seeing premium fall off. IV is dropping, but that's fine. You'd expect after a long period without significant volumetric moves that IV would fall off. Hopefully just an opportunity to get more calls and more leverage. But yeah, the put skew on some of the days was like the delta skew on puts was insane. There were days where like puts were almost 2x call prices. And that's because they're using shitloads of puts to provide liquidity. And when they do that, it imbalances the skew, so puts cost far more money. It's a really good opportunity to sell CSPs when it happens. But right now they're kind of evening out. So call and put pricing is hitting a equilibrium. Johnny Utah, thank you so much, man. Reddit trying to spin Feinstone leaving GME is a good thing. Any thoughts? I could give a shit less. I'm not kidding. Those are my thoughts. I don't care about him leaving at all. It has nothing to do with my thesis on long-term valuation for GameStop. I don't give a rat's ass about the NFT marketplace. Not for the next 5 years, at least. So you're saying puts now cost same like calls? Yes. Spy TA. I'm not your personal technical analysis machine, Mike the Legend. Spy looks good for a move up to like 415, maybe 420. Probably 415 before SLD, maybe 420 after. 420 and then fall into like the 416 range for the Fed meeting. So like 415, then SLD, then 418, 420, then fall to like back to 415 before the meeting and chop. Then, you know, if the meeting's bad, straight the fuck back down. TA on AZO. No. I don't even know what that is. Gross. Jimmy being walked straight down. Yeah. And I learned a lesson in not believing in myself. Palantir on a 5-day run. Any thoughts? Largest bags I've ever held. I don't know. Just do what I did. Wait for it to peak and sell deep in the money calls. Don't worry. You won't get assigned. The company doesn't make any money. Only the Benetton pickle shall pass. Nice, Snickers. Double bottom, potential to bounce. Oh. What's the stock? Oh, there it is. Oh. It looks like it bounced off a double bottom already. So you're expecting another one? Yeah, I mean, volume's picking up a little bit. It's probably going to bounce. I don't know if it's going to move up a lot. Maybe back to like 111 or 130. Percentage-wise, it's a huge move. But it's definitely a shitty mining company with no disclosed float. Oh, there it is. 229 million. That's a lot of fucking shares. God, mining companies are garbage. Yeah, it might bounce. Good morning, mister. Woke up late, looking to reposition spy puts. I'm looking at 821. That's over. Um, 400, 395. With this short-lived rally, can SLD slide us down to those levels? All right, so here's the deal. If you're trying to play SLD, you want to buy at the money puts, short dated. If you're trying to play the market coming down after the Fed meeting, you want to buy out of the money puts on market highs, further dated. So you'd want to get like October's at the high tests farther out of the money. Like if we test 420, you know, like 410, 400 for October. For SLD, you'd want like 417, 415. Shorter dated. How high can Amazon go? 138, 140 before buying puts for SLD? I think so. Let me look at my TA on it real quick. I would say 137 and then 139 would be like my targets for SLD though. I probably wouldn't grab much below like 135p. Further dated, you could go lower, like 130, 125. But for SLD, I'd probably try to stay close to the money. Same like with the SPY. So far out of the money puts, short dated, captures both? No. No, popcorn trader. That's incorrect. Fubo's fun. It's nice. Like 916, I'd give myself a little more time than 916. Maybe like 919 or, 923 depending on spreads. Like you wouldn't hold them to expiration. You'd be planning on selling them this week, but I would want a little more theta so they don't grind down so hard while they're out of the money. Yeah, sounds great. All right. I mean, I have weeklies on SPX right now, and they're awesome. So weeklies aren't always bad. It's just bad to generally bad to hold them for extended periods of time. I have 390p 1021. Would it be better to average down or just reposition at a higher strike? You could, if you have the money to average down, you could just buy higher strikes. So I'd imagine those are pretty underwater already. You definitely should have, if you bought them for the last drop, you probably should have gotten rid of them while they were profitable. If you bought them more recently, you could average them down as it becomes advantageous, but also, consider padding that with some nearer the money puts. Maybe pick up like some 400s as the price rises or 410s, depending on how high the price goes. Don't worry, there were a lot of people that held like farther dated, way out of the money puts in the last bear rally, and I don't think this one will be nearly as strong. Puts are already starting to reposition, and by Wednesday next week, they should be fully repositioned. I don't think it's going to be as big of a repositioning event, and it also started earlier. No, it's not possible to clear them ahead of expiration. Not really. I think they can hedge and advance. I think they can blow off obligations when they're minimal. Like if there's a small number of expected obligations, like we saw on August 16th, where the whole basket just ran. And then we saw nothing for like OPEX or August like ETF FTDs. So I do think there's a way that, you know, if obligations are pretty low, you know, they can kind of blow them off ahead of time, but it would still lead to like big volumetric price action if that were to happen, right? You know, we'd see a big move across the whole basket at once. It'd be really obvious. It wouldn't be like this slow, grindy chop. A lot of this is just, you know, last week was people buying shitloads of weeklies, mostly institutions, right? After earnings. And this week, you know, we're coming up with the SPY, but the options chain's a lot weaker. So we're seeing that rejection on that big wall of put gamma at 30. So we hit that wall and the market maker starts selling into the rising price, which makes it really hard for the price to go higher. You should have sold when they were profitable. I mean, it's just like sometimes people tell me about options positions and I know when they bought them and I know when they were up and you know, they held them and it's I can't ignore that. Yeah, but food and rental prices are up. True state. I mean, we'll see. I don't think it's going to be much lower. I think we'll see, you know, a small drop, but other parts of core inflation are still going up. And their rate of growth is exponential. So they're going up more and more every month than the previous period. And that's going to, you know, I mean, it takes some of them a while to pick up some real steam, but they are going up still. Why wait, did you pull back your 30 cc's? How is it that I had more faith in you than you did? It's a good question. I thought we were going to push up with the market, but we got rejected really hard. I don't know if it was faith so much as greed. I wanted to sell them at like 32.75. I may still get a chance later today. Is Fubo gonna come back down this week? Man, I've been talking about the stock for a fucking month. It's been as cheap as $3. If you missed it, that's on you. It's like I can't make the stock cheaper for you so you can get a good entry. With regards to different move and average settings, can you please explain why open, high, low, close 4 is used over just regular close? I saw you use OHLC4 on a couple pickle picks charts. I just prefer the smoothing. It gives you it takes away a little bit of the volatility in the indicator. Which is I prefer close or like high on shorter time frames, but on longer time frames like OHLC4. Yeah, I don't think the Fed cares about the CPI print either. I agree. When Revlon do listing decision? I think it's like October 13th, right? Or October 11th. It's one of those two. Nice, Edward. Congratulations on your smoothie. Have you ever been to any parts of rural England? I lived in Sussex for a little while. And I went to the place with all the chalk. I don't remember what it was called. How often, percent wise, after you're up on a contract, you end up not losing money? Seems like more often than not, I'm up at one point, but hold too long and end up losing. I try to make that number 0 as often as I can, unless the upside is extremely brief. It's usually about 0. I mean, if it's like a couple candles that I'm up on a contract and then it's down and then stays down, obviously no. But yeah, especially if I've seen significant upside, like greater than 10% or 20% gains, all of those contracts I close at a profit. Like stops are, you set stops. Even if you only make 2% on your position, you know, you haven't lost money. That's rule number 1, right? Don't lose money. See you later, whatever your name is. 11 a.m. 3-year inflation forecast. Give the market a strong move, or is it not so important? Probably not that relevant. If the 3-year inflation forecast was accurate, we wouldn't be in the position we're in now. Yeah, October 13th sounds about right. Even if I sold all my Fubo, I don't think the price would drop that much. Dover? That was it. Yeah, Dover. I lived in London mostly though when I lived there. What's your favorite, specifically English British saying, word, or euphemism? Bell end. Like, it's just the best thing to call someone. It's inferring that you are the tip of a penis. And that's amazing. Fit bird, not bad. My favorite insult in the world is calling someone a muppet. What are you, a pirate? Are you pulling my plonker? Taking the piss is pretty good too. Aluminium? Can Upstart test above $30 this week? Maybe. At least the morning craziness has died down. Yeah, I don't like cat puts. They're fucking unreliable, and the downside's always choppy. Cat's doing pretty good, right? It was earlier. Yeah, 192. I'm pretty sure I'm stopped out. Am I? No. I don't even have a fucking stop set. That's bad. At 190, 191. So it's like 20 cents. All right. Stopped out of the. I got stopped out of my SPX calls here. Be careful of this. That like 412 rejection is maybe not good. Ooh, it's not gonna fill that gap either. It's exciting. Maybe it's not so bad. The Cal looks okay. What was I looking at over here before? Fubo. Fubo's looking pretty good too. New cover calls? No. Can you bring your hummus? Hummus? That's not how you spell hummus. And no, I'm out of chickpeas. Now that we got stopped out, we can run. Right? That's on halva. It's disgusting. It makes me so sad that you said that. I'm sorry, but it's true. It's really bad. It's like eating sweet chalk. You know what's funny is when I was a little kid, they always had them like the halva bars at like the delis and stuff. And I used to love them because my mom wouldn't let me have candy. Um Boy, was I wrong. Not Persia Town, New York. Fuck you, dork. Look at the options chain for Bobby. Wanting to get some exposure for OPEX. What is a Vega you like to see to play IV spikes? Also wondering your thoughts on Delta versus Vega for OPEX cycles. Um, with Bobby, price improvement is probably a little harder than volatility improvement because the stock's so liquid. But it is likely to trade a lot of volume. So I might target IV on Bobby a little more than I would target Delta. At least I wouldn't target far out of the money. Like I wouldn't try to like hit like $15 or $20 calls on Bobby. Maybe like 12 and then some IV play, like some like far dated IV play. Torone, the like almond nougat, that shit's amazing. Time to buy Nerve yet? No, no, no. You know, for some reason I'm allergic to almond roca, and I don't know why. I'm not allergic to almonds, so I'm allergic to whatever's in the roca part. Yeah, it's super fucking weird. Maybe they use raw almond. Maybe I'm allergic to like raw almonds. I don't know what the fuck roca is. SLD on Wednesday? Yeah, that's when it starts. Yeah, I've never looked up what is in almond roca. Oh, it's raw almonds? That might be why I'm allergic to it then. Almonds? It's moments like this that make me glad I took profits on stuff. Sam. Why didn't you tell me about SPX sooner? It's so much better than the SPY one I've been scalping. I mean, it's the same shit, essentially, right? For tax purposes, it's a lot better. But bigger risk. Nothing really spoke about connection to prices. Well, in order to make their margin deposits, they sell off assets, right? So, I mean, I think you're kind of seeing the effect of that. Yeah, SPX has better fills, usually. Mostly because it moves so much. Like the options prices move so rapidly. SPY is technically more liquid though. So like SPY has tighter spreads, but it's hard to get good fills. Raw Almonds is the guy who owns like 85% of Revlon? No. Hmm. Oh, SPX has a tax treatment. So SPX is like 60% long term and 40% short term. I don't want to buy in above 5. You could wait for SLD. You might get, you know, a mid $4 range entry. You might not, but you might. Yeah, even if you hold it short term. So SPX is the original options degen meme stock. Yeah. That only adds up to 100. The profits off of it are taxed that way. When is SLD again? Wednesday through Monday. Wednesday opening bell through Monday opening bell. So only play SPY if you're looking for short-term losses. Uh Baba to 100? Some bullish news out of China last night. Maybe. How's it doing? Yeah, looks good to hit 97. Rivian's gonna fucking rock it again for no reason. This has some FTDs, huh? Interesting. Ooh, Fubo had news? Oh. No, it didn't. Triple bottom on V this morning. Let's see. Yep. Having a little bit of a tough time with that upper resistance. Yeah, there's some resistance around this level. Not a lot, but a little bit. It can be kind of difficult for it to cross. It usually does. 208 is the next really important level to try to, well, at least to watch. That's where I'd set up, some stop loss protection. Let's see. All right. If people want nothing but short-term losses, why not Cathie Wood's ETFs like ARK? just buy anything before Cathie Wood buys it, and it'll go down. Also, bullish movement on some stocks despite grim market outlook. Would you recommend staying on the sidelines and cash for a better dip buying opportunity? Well, if there's a dip opportunity, you could also like sell CSPs if that's what you're aiming for. Like if you think you can get a better price, since you're not doing anything anyway. Um, or yeah, you could just hold cash. I mean, for long-term investments, I would just hold cash on the side. You see the Jan 25s on Fuba open today? Yeah. Someone mentioned that earlier. Seeing a lot of short-term SPY calls being sold in the 405, 420 range. Okay. Hmm. Head and Shoulders done. Dump now. We'll see. Looks like it's catching a little bit of a bounce here. Nope. Hmm. Fubo daily MACD finally crossing. Nice. It's only been several months, right? Chop, chop, chop. Yeah. Midday. Midday sucks. Hmm. How low do you see GME going for SLD? Looks like about 25. 25 seems to be where we start to pick up more positive gamma again. So that's kind of at least a nice point for us to settle out. Gamma neutral's at 26. Is chop 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 insensitive given the current state of your arm? It's not that bad. Why'd you buy your CCs back? I was gonna resell them. Um because we broke 30. I was hoping that we would continue moving up to 32.75, and then I was going to resell those covered calls at 35. That did not happen. We got fucking hard rejected out of 30, and I got screwed. But it's fine. I still have 35s and 40s open. I really don't care that much. Would you expect spy calls on the break of VWAP to be prudent in your opinion? I don't know if I'd enter spy calls right now. Might be prudent to wait for a bounce. See if it bounces. What percentage of your shareholding do you normally sell? Usually like 20 to 30%. Do you think SLD will be muted this month due to the current bear rally? Also, oh crap. Yeah, SLD could be a little bit muted. Also, here's a few kisses for your boo-boo. Thank you so much, Nesquick. The next time you set a stop loss on WeBull, can you show us on screen what you're doing? I'm thinking about switching to WeBull. I can't because it pops up. I mean, you can see right here. Like, you can set a stop, and then you just set the price that you want to set your stop at. But like the pop-up windows don't show up on OBS. Huge quick review on where we're at with Rev FTDs. Yeah, you can watch the member video from yesterday. Apocalypse. I went over Revlon for quite a bit yesterday. How many monitors are you using? 2. I have a third one that I haven't set up, but I don't know when I will. I need to get a bigger desk first. I don't know if it'll drop so low as to fully fill this gap. It's really pushing for 410 though. Have you played a game called Rev Dead Redemption? Gherk has a plan. I have not. How many monitors are you using? Oh, my spy call hedge got stopped out. What are we looking at here? Gap fill and bounce back. Yeah, it looks kind of like that. Can the effects of SLD be felt before or only after it begins on Wednesday? Oh, they can be felt before. Yeah, you kind of have to watch the entire week. Generally speaking, we don't see them until like Tuesday late afternoon. And out of the ones that I've tracked, usually it's felt on Thursday and Friday the most. But it can start as early as like Tuesday late afternoon into aftermarket. What we usually see on SLD week on Monday is a pullback in the early part of the day before running up into close. So this is expected. I wrote about it last night. I told people just be patient with entries because, you know, this pullback's kind of expected. I missed you at last weekend's Ultimate Frisbee. No, you didn't. Jimmy nosediving because I full ported calls. You know OPEX is next week, right? Got any price targets for a SPY SLD drop? No, but I'll just buy like at the money puts when I think it's hit its high. I don't think 412 is the high yet, but it could be. I just want to say bravo on Pickles Picks this week. The insight was, in my opinion, one of your best write-ups, in particular on the SPX. And as for the comment of making Dilly cheaper, don't. $25 a month is a steal. Thank you so much, Mr. Poopy Pants. What the fuck is going on? Are you playing OPEX and ETF rebalance? They all occur at the same time. Yeah, I'm playing both. Like S&P ETF rebalance starts on Friday. Russell 2000 starts the week after. They both carry on for 3 days. VIX is climbing. Interesting. We'll see if it starts to pick up some momentum. Market's trying to stabilize here. I hope it does. No, I think they're doing work again in the hall. Yeah, the SEC doesn't bang on your door and say open up, Yaga. They're a civil, like a civil enforcement agency. That's the IRS. Yeah. OPEX up, we know you're in there. ETF rebalance will cause price improvement in GME? We're hoping so. If the split obligations were pushed off to the following quarter, this would be the following quarter. How can you tell when a stock won't clear limit orders? Could you be more specific? Or rephrase that? I'm not sure what you mean. The SEC just sends you a strongly worded letter warning you not to let it happen again, or they might consider a meager fine if after the fact they enact some new legislation in about 10 years. That sounds about right. I guess a reversion all the way back down to here doesn't even, not out of the question. Pull back into that gap. All right. I think I'm okay with that. You ready for OPEX? Sure. Dixie falling. That's bullish. Let me take a look at something here. Yeah, Dixie's, well, it's dropping a little bit. It's down about 72 BPS today. Oil moved back up. Yeah, futures look really strong to retest like 420 or 4200 rather. I think I'm gonna stay where I'm at positionally. What's the word on cover calls this week? I don't know. Hopefully we get a rally for CPI tomorrow and a nice little Tuesday peak to sell some on. I was hoping we'd get that rally this morning. We were moving up really nicely. Did you buy calls for Jimmy OPEX yet? No. Probably later this week. I might pick up some like out of the money while IV's low. I might or might not be touring Zom projects this evening. Also Zom 130. One of these days, Lawrence of Arabia. I think early November for the next oil rally. $420 for what date? Maybe today and tomorrow. I'm less confident in 420 than I am in 415. Like 415 looks really good. 420's, we'll have to see what OI looks like tomorrow morning. Finding support on 410 is very bullish. Yeah, it is. Not falling back to fill that gap would be quite bullish. Maybe another like 200 BPS upside move over the next like, well, today and tomorrow. Which would put us at about 415. We might like move over that though. Any signs of weakness at 414, 415, and I'm out. Yeah, I gotta kind of agree with you there. I think it could turn very fast, so yeah, be careful. And even this morning's test of like 411, doesn't like, well, 411, 412 doesn't add to that confidence, right? Like that's not good. If calls sold out there and we lost stability in that upper range, it could be weaker on the retest. Right now, I think we're seeing some like weekly put positions close out. Some of them bought at 412 earlier today. Lots of action in the weekly calls. Still not a ton of big repositioning. So they might be waiting till after SLD to reposition to the short side, which is good, right? Because that means that the settlement period for SLD, like into OPEX, could be really bullish going into the Fed meeting. Fubo is looking bearish as fuck. Low volume price increase? No. It doesn't look bearish as fuck at all. It just came down with the market. And it's up massively in the last like 3 days, 4 days. Paul's bought to close to end of day Friday almost immediately went underwater. 412 test may have been their shorted 916s getting out. Possible. I mean, the recovery in the 410 range is really good. So we'll see how it plays out. Yeah, I don't trust anybody's assessment of what is being bought and sold until the OI updates. Just remember that any like intraday options information like that is an estimate. There's no way to tell intraday if options are being bought or sold. What's the difference between CPI reports on Tuesday and Friday? What? There's CPI reports tomorrow. Friday. Friday is the only thing Friday is the Michigan consumer sentiment preliminary for September, which is expected to be good. Ooh, very bullish. It's almost like everyone thought MOASS was starting again on Friday. Dude, anytime the price is up more than like 15% in a couple of days, it's MOASS. Those are the rules. I would never co-stream with him. MTB Dork. CPI, PPI. PPI is Wednesday. Yeah, PPI is Wednesday. It's expected to improve. The last PPI print wasn't very good. Maybe could go back up. Just depends on what the market does. As a Michigan consumer, I can give you the inside info. Consumerism in Michigan is down. We've all learned to trade options and live on rice. I made a bad trade and shit on my own floor out of self-spite. Now my wife is crying and says something about divorce. What a shill. Seriously. Imagine being married. Rev looks like hot garbage. I'm gonna keep buying more until I'm either buying a house or living in the homeless shelter. Come on, Big Daddy Perelman, do the right thing. How does Rev look like shit? I'm really confused as to what people think the issue with Revlon is. Like, even from like a technical standpoint, it looks amazing. What's the issue here? It looks like it's moving like right back up to like $17. Maybe $11.40 in the near term, but through all of this, it's gotten 3 consistently higher highs and maintained a higher floor on every drop. The problem with Rev is no patience. Yeah, people are super fucking impatient and paper-handed. They always want to chase whatever looks like the next best thing instead of just committing to something. Don't be a little bitch. How about that? Tear down that $10 wall. We'll see. When do you see the next good move for Rev? It'll be interesting to see what happens on it for OPEX. Is it because their position isn't green? How? There's been so much money-making opportunity on Revlon. Like, even if you just reinvested gains, you should be, you shouldn't be down. The fucking $35 calls have run up massively, like 3 times now. They use money they need next week? That's possible. How did you lose money on BBBY? I don't understand. Oh, I don't understand how the fuck people lost money on Bobby. We were all buying it at like $5 and it went to $30. And somehow like thousands of people lost money and are now making up fairy tales on Reddit and buying fucking hangers. Like, I'm gonna shop at Bed Bath & Beyond because that's gonna save them. My $30 purchase, look at me putting it to the hedge funds and they're in the money short positions. The best part is they shorted the fuck out of it at $30. Now, I don't know if you guys know how shorts work, but when you short at 30 and the current fucking price is 8, you're winning. You've won big. I think the rev chart doesn't look great intraday. I mean, it just trades at $6.60, right? Enough of this logic FUD. I bought BBBY at 4 and sold at 22, and my position management was deplorable. Even when it was running, I was going on rants about taking profit. And then it drops, and people are like, how could you do this to us, Pickle? I'll never financially recover. Rev is still bankrupt. I know, it's awesome. Was Sega a fad? It feels like it was a pump and dump right now. Does it? What's Sega been up to? I haven't really been watching it much. I mean, it's not a fad. I think the government just put in more orders for vaccines. You know, it's still kind of holding its fucking trend. Like, obviously the exuberance has died down, but I could see it moving back above 15 again. Ron Perlman also owns this company. And no, we don't need any monkeypox conspiracies regarding Revlon. I've already heard he released monkeypox in order to boost concealer sales thesis, and I can't agree. I had a CB on 8 and sold after the drops at 12. I still made money on it and waited way too long to sell. Yeah. I had some shares that got locked up in covered calls that I couldn't sell at a higher price, but I still made a ton of money on it. This sounds bullish, Link. You can't agree, or you're in bed with Perlman and won't agree. Oh, Jesus. Can you make a clip on how you use stop losses on WeBull? Yeah, I mean it's not hard, right? You just when you hit your price target, like here, I have like these SPX calls in the money, right? When this moves up a little more, I'll put a stop like down here, right? And then as it moves up, I will move the stop up with it. Confirmation bias DM. Oh, those are my favorite. What's it for? What's this? On Revlon? That looks sexy. Oh, that's really weird. What the fuck is HRTX? I wonder if there's, you know what, Dork? I wonder if there's a swap there for like these super illiquid assets. Yeah, trailing stops are too risky. Also, I'm like actively managing them, so I don't need a trailing stop. Fubo and Rev go down 20 cents, and the chat thinks the play is over. They have great bounces, and chat cares only about saying Pi-Fi is a paid shill. Oh man, I've been here too long. Wait, you call me a paid shill all the time. Think there'll be a 2+2 run from Friday on GME this Tuesday? You mean OPEX? I hope so. It looks good so far. It's chopping in the $28 to $30 range, which is what we want to see. Paid? LOL. Yeah. Shill, but not necessarily paid. Gaff actually is a paid shill. He is paid by a financial institution to talk about CNIS. Pretty frequently, actually. Purple? Jesus, I haven't heard that one in a while. Is Gaff here today? I don't know. Maybe not. It's a little early for him. He usually doesn't show up till around 3:10. Fubo just bouncing around with the market. Yep. Thoughts on SPY retesting 412? It looks good. It looks very good. Recovery in the 410 range after the drop. It's quite nice. I expect we can chop more through the midday, but late afternoon's got a lot of potential. Remember, a lot of the bullishness is going to be due to the CPI print, and it could be pretty short-lived into SLD, so be prepared for that. Which stock or index that you cover has the biggest CNS? GME. Do you think there's more upside on Amazon short term? Yeah, I think it could hit like 137, 139 before it starts to turn around. Don't love the lower high. Why? That's fine. As long as we have a higher low, right? Doesn't this just look like an inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute? Seems bullish. Also, like, potential to bounce off the EMA 30. It's nice. Descending wedge on the 5-minute. 15's like a bull flag breakout. All of this looks pretty good. I couldn't find much qualification on getting delisted. Outside of trading under $1 for a period of time, what would cause Rev to be delisted? Trading under $1 for some period of time. The bankruptcy, potentially. But yeah, I think currently they meet all the requirements. I think when, when that fell under $1 is when it triggered the hearing. Is it unlikely for Jimmy to see 25 or below? We could see 25 with SLD. Below's kind of unlikely. Jesus Christ, if Sundial can stay listed, so can Reflon. Yeah. VIX rising. Okay. SLV delisted? I have no idea. Downside gaps filled. The delisting the bankruptcy is much, much more important than anything else. At least that Citibank shit's cleared up now. For upcoming Jimmy OPEX, is there a single delta play we can play to give us the greatest return, but make it easier to manage a single strike rather than multiple? I think statistically, like 0.25 and 0.3 delta are like the easiest to just set and forget. They tend to do really well. They hold their value through most of any upside run. They're a little less sensitive to like the volatility, but they have like a decent amount of extrinsic value, and they get quite valuable if they start picking up intrinsic value. Those are the ones that I've bought that consistently have the highest success rate. That being said, far out of the money IV plays on actual OPEX runs still generate more profit per dollar than any other strikes. Spider 412 today? Possible. My target is like 415 by tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, Jimmy can still pull up today. It's only down like a little bit. It's like down like $2. Not even. $3.34 was the high. Eh, almost $2. Everything's looking quite good off the midday bounce. Volume's just really low market wide right now. But that target tomorrow, would you hold your SPX weeklies overnight? Yeah, probably. Depending on price action today, obviously. Like if I hit risk or something or get stopped out of them, then no. But otherwise, yeah. Been away for a while. Any update on the situation with Revlon? Still looking like a good setup. Yeah, looks fine. There's never any updates. Right? This is how Revlon works. You buy long dated positions or stock and you wait. You can sell CSPs sometimes when they're worth a lot, but RevCall is getting priced up. Not a lot, right? But maybe. No problem, man. Still positive for the September OPEX. It looks good. It looks better than August did. I like it. Especially if we don't run up too much this week. Looks even better. What about EPAM? When do you consider it a good time to sell CSPs on stock like Rev and Fubo? I mean, generally when puts are priced higher. I think on Fubo right now they currently are. Revlon, I think puts and calls are about even. So there's not a huge advantage to selling them. IV's high, so they're still worth a lot. But I guess that would depend on if you want to buy Revlon. Wow, holy shit. I didn't were my CSPs not in the money last Friday? I had CSPs, right? On Revlon? I don't think I got assigned. I thought they were in the money. Maybe not. Let me check. Huh. Yeah. Not assigned on any of them. They were not in the money. Okay. That's why. Still liking your EPAM puts? I mean, when I can get fills on them, yeah. I think I've gotten filled on one contract so far. I think the price on EPAM needs to go up a little more for me to get any fills. But I got filled on a 420. $715 people didn't sell BBBY at 30 because they couldn't find a button. Just like they can't find a like button. Ooh. Harsh burn. Guys, if you could, like the stream. It's a big help, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Are you gonna get on TikTok? No. Why? How does that work? Probably not. Disliked for the interaction, but I've got to keep trades off my YouTube feed. You can, I think you can just block the channel, can't you? Which one of us is your least favorite? Like out of all the people in the pickle jar, who don't I like right now? Um, hmm. The people I dislike the most are generally the ones that feel like this is a platform for their opinions, or they want to share unvetted data. Like they have their own thesis and they think this is a platform for it. I don't give a fuck about your thesis. Yeah, like listen to my opinions and look at my Ortex data. Get fucked. Go away, I hate you. It's not that I hate them for having a thesis or an opinion. I hate them because I have to answer questions about their shitty thesis or opinion. Does that make sense? No, I don't like Lou versus Wall Street. No, JFresh's data is vetted. Even if the opinions he forms off of it are incorrect, at least the data is good. And he's getting better, okay? JFresh is like all the rest of you. He started, trading like a year ago. But he's also smarter than a lot of you. Give him time. My thesis is that you are awesome and hot and awkwardly in my spank bank. And between my two YouTube accounts, I've been here for the whole time, not 7 months. I know you have, Ghost of Dan. I could never forget you. Even if I wanted to. Has what been 7 months? Every time you say DRS, everyone drinks. Oh god. Do leverage positions need to be hedged the same as options do? You could, like CFDs? DCZTV? Probably not a terrible idea. I mean, you're already getting fucked on the bid ask by your broker. I know you hate me because I have tattoos of actual MMAT branded bags on the back of each of my legs, where a lady of the night would get tattoos of ribbons. Interesting. I love how the market has just stopped moving on this test of VWAP. It's okay. You can go up. I'm not going to stop you. I'm paper trading the IBKR mobile app and it's awful. Nice. Speaking of Spank Bank, check DMs. What do you got this time? Ooh. Wait. That looks exciting. Well, it looks exciting if it keeps moving up, right? It kind of looks like they're having a hard time keeping the price down. You know, Dork, it's entirely possible that they're running out of liquidity. Ah. All right. Well, let me know what you come up with. It's Revlon. V nearing that low entry. M has XDiv on Wednesday. I know. You didn't answer fast enough, so I gave my rev calls to my dog. Ew. Why would you do this to me? The Spy's battle for 410 is annoying. Just fill the fucking gap already. Jesus Christ. The risk on Visa was 203.99. My risk point on Visa was perfect. What are you talking about? Fucking tapped it in pre-market and it's only gone up since. Come on, fill it. Just fill the fucking gap. Get this over with. The gap's down here, down to 407. Because it gapped up overnight. A bounce back over 410 here would be very bullish. Quick question, do you think an elite, as we should spend time with the pores, like an undercover boss situation? Or in a more scientific study kind of way? Undercover boss. Why is Bobby on your screen? You know what? It's a really good fucking question. I like this. Undercover pigeon well. During a price run, why does far dated out of the money calls versus far dated near the money calls do better? More extrinsic value. So as the price increases, they gain intrinsic value, right? Whereas, as price increases on a near the money stock, there's less intrinsic value for them to potentially gain. Okay, so we break 410 here, full bull, or we get rejected hard and fill the gap, then full bull. What's it gonna be? That was a nice bounce. Do you believe in the composite operator? To some degree. I think there's some validity in Wyckoff's theories, but not entirely. And they were written a very, very long time ago. And things have changed to a degree, but um, you know, institutions are still going to behave, especially big ones are going to behave similarly no matter what. So as far as big institutional positioning is concerned, yes. I just don't think that has as much of an effect on the markets as it did in the 20s and 30s. I like to imagine Jamie Dimon sitting in his huge office on a conference call, talking to his execs about the 90-cent gap up on SPY. SPX door number 3, reject, dip to 4,000 before gapping up in PM to 4060 to repeat this cycle. I could see that happening. Less likely, given the positioning, but sure. The upside actually gets stronger towards the end of this week. So like the near term gamma on SPX is pretty put heavy. But if you look out at the further expirations, it's really bullish. So I think as we see weekly puts shed off towards the end of this week, it'll get like a little bit stronger to the upside. Wheat. What about it? It's down 0.28%. Oh, it moved up. It moved up bigly. Cool. Imagine watching wheat so closely you notice this happen. All right, rejection. Now we can fill the gap. So basically slopes on XPX until it rips on Friday. I think it would rip tomorrow, right, with the CPI print. I think right now too many straddles are being held in place for CPI for us to really see like a ton of upside. We're literally going to see a repeat of August pattern on SPX at this rate. I think so, yeah. It already looks very similar. Yeah, like Monday pullback, Tuesday high, and then SLD. There. So this was August SLD, the 2 days before. Although the uptrend was sustained longer. I hope we don't get a repeat of July. Well, I think today already looks too bullish for that. I honestly think something more like this is in store for us with the Fed meeting next week. This was the first Fed 0.75 bump. So, like, we ran up Monday, Tuesday, then fell off for SLD, then recovered into OPEX. Then we got, like, the Fed news, which created a lot of chop, and then the realization that 0.75 was a big hike. The setup looks really, really similar. And this resistance that we hit today, like this upper resistance, is really important. It's hard for us to sustain prices above this. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, today maybe we retest and then reject and then move up tomorrow before coming down for SLD. Your spy chart looks like a laser show. It's got a lot of analysis on it. So far, it's been pretty good, though. Not gonna lie. Shit's accurate as fuck. What time CPI print? 8:30? It's before market open. That's why I'm considering holding my calls open overnight. Here we go. Can you do a 30-second DD on the history of the Dans? There once was a Dan named Daniel Taylor who shilled for Wendy's and Burger King. He offered sexual favors to pay for calls, and thus the Dans were born. What would you look for from the FOMC? I'm thinking JPOW wear a Pull Volcker face mask while whispering 100 BPS or 125 before concluding with Volcker mic drop. Yeah, that sounds like something his speechwriter could put together. I feel like so far I've been pretty spot on about what the Fed's gonna do this year. And yeah, I think an aggressive hike into the current market stability is in their best interest. If I were them, I'd aim for one. Thoughts on short selling SPY versus buying SPY puts? I mean, if your margin can sustain short selling SPY, sure. I don't think a lot of people are in that position. I'd rather just have puts. I'd rather have the depreciating asset and the leverage without the infinite fucking risk. You know, going short on the SPY is how you end up with JPOW saying 0.5, fuck your puts. What's safer considering inflation? 500K in FDIC insured accounts or 500K in out of the money GME CSPs? Damn. I mean, from a risk standpoint, obviously, FDIC insured accounts. Well, you need 5 accounts, right? Because each account is capped at $100,000. But in terms of beating inflation, the CSPs are probably stronger. That's 250K. Oh, okay. I'm not a I'm not a banker teller. Who the fuck knows that? Banks. I don't work for a bank. I think Fidelity has cash accounts are insured up to 1,000 or 1,000,000 rather. 100K for equities. Yeah, that makes sense. People use banks for their money and don't just keep it all in their brokerage accounts. I mean, even the shittiest mutual fund beats a savings account, right? Over time. Guybrush from MOASS, thanks for everything, Shill. He will be making a debut at some point this week. JC. You can make like what, 3% a month semi reliably just going heavy out of the money. It seems like a no brainer. Yeah. Yeah, inflation. I mean, inflation definitely destroys your buying power if you just stick it in a savings account. Savings accounts are the fucking worst. If you're selling CCs on a divvy stock, do you still get the divvy if you don't get assigned? I think as long as the call is not in the money, then yes. Like you still own the shares. I always sell like really far out of the money calls on dividend stocks, but and the returns are awful, but it helps, like it adds to the returns you get from the dividends, so it ups the yield. Sometimes you can get some volatility on them, it's just rare. It's probably some accounting stuff I should pay attention to. Any idea on when to sell Fubo CCs? When you think the price is gonna go down or be flat? Here's my YouTuber chat hacker interruption. Hello, whoever you are. I don't trade during these sessions. You're truly paranoid. Wait, what? Hey, pal, I'm thinking about getting into trading futures and crude, bullish a time horizon of approximately 6 months to a year. Do you have experience trading futures or potential tips? I trade E-minis a lot, although those are like options on futures. I don't really directly trade futures contracts very often. Sometimes I do though. I've gotten like VIX futures in the past and oil futures. You just buy them. It's not really that difficult. Uh, Ninja Trader and Tradeovate are pretty good. You can use IBKR as your broker. Fills are very important. So, obviously try to get a good fill if you can. I agree that oil looks pretty bullish for like a 6 month window. I get my exposure to it through equities though, which I prefer generally. Unless I'm like super bullish, I stay away from futures. I hope that helps. If you have any other questions, just DM me. Do you still think SPY has more room to run? Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think as we see like the weekly straddles closed off tomorrow morning, it'll have more upside potential. Yeah, I really like Oxy as like an oil play. I think their exposure to oil pricing's decent and a little more stable. Hmm. SPX options are tradable starting 8:15 p.m. on Sunday. Um, yeah, they are. Depending on your brokerage. Buffett added a $16 billion stake in Oxy, I saw. Car guy, I want the Kia Stinger as an affordable sedan. Thoughts on the twin turbos blowing up with too many donuts in front of Walmart? Yeah, I mean, I feel like anytime you get a turbocharged car, you're gonna have additional issues to deal with. Also, it reduces like the life expectancy of the engine from having it operate under higher compression. Something to think about. Naturally aspirated cars are more reliable. Long time caller, first time watcher. Hey, I have a question. If I don't want to know whether puts cost same like share, should I ask that here or on DM? Just don't. It also reduces the life expectancy of your transmission. Yeah. Although I don't know anymore with like the newer transmissions are pretty resilient to that. Wrong. The only thing you have to worry about with turbos is smiles per gallon. Buffett should live stream all his 5 trades a year. He just logs in, buys $16 billion worth of a company, and then logs out. Stream's over. No, that's not how it works. But it's funny anyway. We contemplated going with the Stinger GT and get all-wheel drive. I ended up getting a Chevy SS. Cheaper parts. Out of those two, I don't know which one's more reliable. Probably the Kia. I put you down as my emergency contact at the dentist. I hope that's okay. Yeah, just tell him to stop calling me. I see a Ron Perelman stream where he logs in, buys the entire Revlon float, and then disappears into the Brazilian jungle like John McAfee. Oh boy. We review what constitutes a dental emergency. In Popcorn Trader's case, I don't want to be notified until he's not had a stable pulse for more than 10 minutes. No pulse for 10 minutes, and then they can call me. I mean, yeah, if you buy 10% of a company, you have to file. If you buy less than 10% of a company, you don't have to do shit. No pulse for 10 minutes, same like no Bobby price alerts below $10. Yeah. Fubo finna bus. Well, it's crossing VWAP. The market's rising, so I'm just looking at SPY to get an idea of volume, by the way. If you was curious why I have both of them up. Well, like yesterday, his dentist decided to call me, and he said that he'd given him a toothbrush to use and to make sure that he was using it at home. I don't see that as constituting an emergency. And I wonder if Popcorn Trader just told his dentist that I was his dad. You don't put the toothbrush in your sphincter. Jesus Christ. I thought you had a law degree. In yesterday's Billionaires Club, you mentioned that there may be some hope for Bobby bag holders as it relates to the coming September OPEX. Yeah, there's a chance it runs. A decent one. Just stop blowing all your fucking money on weeklies. And assume that any bullish DD on Bobby is an effort to, you know, pump someone else's bags, because all of the shorter term DD I don't think has any validity. I think there's maybe ETF obligations and possibly some ETF FTDs a little bit down the road, but outside of that, market maker FTDs aren't going to have any noticeable or appreciable effect on price action. Decent chance or decent run? Decent chance. Yeah, Spy's looking okay. Nice midday recovery. Have you ever had to file with the SEC? I mean, no, not personally. Yeah, I know Feinstein left GameStop. Even the market doesn't care. Do you know if Bobby bagholders are talking about the same OPEC cycle as we are? Yeah, of course. Well, I don't know if they know when they are, but Bobby was one of the basket stocks. I mean, is one of the basket stocks. So it has OPEC's price realization when OPEX happens. What was the positive announcement you mentioned in your daily DD? Which positive announcement? Be more specific. I can't remember that far back. That was like 3 hours ago. Copy and paste my quote. Was I overly vague about something? When can you expect Revlon to do something? Between now and October? With the announcement of the share offering being complete, give Bobby a short-term boost. It did for GME. They're not the same stock. They're not the same company. They don't have the same potential. It looks like weekend news and large short repositioning on the big indexes is going to carry us into a bit of a bear market rally over the next couple of weeks. Yeah. I didn't. Oh, like the weekend news? Did you read about like the situation in Ukraine? We also have the CPI print tomorrow, which will likely be positive. But the Ukraine's been mounting a counter-offensive. It's looking they're looking bullish to push the Russians maybe back or out a little bit. Ukraine update. I thought it was like common knowledge. But how much did you make as a small arms dealer? Head and shoulders on the Russia on the daily. Get your puts. Whatever became of the crazy cat lady next door? Still there. Still crazy. Still has a cat, I think. Ukraine pushes a bull trap? Fuck. Still hot? Yes, but Like, I'm trying to think of like a really good way to explain this. Like Angelina Jolie and Girl Interrupted, right? Like, hot, definitively, but maybe too crazy, right? Like, the crazy is spreading to the appearance. No, like, hot enough to offset the crazy factor until you know how extreme the crazy factor is. Like, she's been wearing the same, I guess it's like a juicy tracksuit or something, I don't know, for what I think is like a week now, and has entirely stopped brushing her hair. It's actually kind of sad. I'm trying to be nicer because it's like she's clearly struggling with some stuff. Yeah. That's fucked up, dork. No, she doesn't have a kid. I think she might have a new cat or a boyfriend named Humphrey, which seems unlikely. Or on a new imaginary cat. I don't know. I only know what I hear through the wall. Ukraine will retake Kherson in the south. Kherson will be able to strike Crimean targets. Okay. Do you believe in life after love? Yes. I'm not banning Roaring Kitty. How fucking dare you, Darth? She hears you talking to nobody for 8 hours a day and it's driving her crazy. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not super self aware. Buy shares, not options. Oh boy. Darth who? Exactly, Roaring Kitty. That's what you get, right, Darth? I don't know what you expected. Is SLD always the second half of the week leading up to OPEX? Yep. Every time, all the time. Have you ever considered that she's an undercover BlackRock employee tapped into your network and ghosting all your plays? No, I've seen BlackRock's returns for this year. If she was doing that, she'd be making more money. If I was your neighbor, there's no way I'd know what your stream is about. Stocks, food, coffee, foreign affairs, RCRP, Dan's. I mean, it could drive someone insane. Also, why did RC move SLD? He didn't. It's usually over by the following Monday. Last time it continued through. The last SLD, if it really picks up some momentum, it can carry through till the following Monday. Thanks, man. I appreciate it, Superman. What does she do for work? She's like, I think she's just wealthy. She used to have a job when I first moved in here, but I don't think she does anymore. And I think that job was being an Instagram like model slash influencer. Her dad's rich. He visits once in a while. Or her sugar daddy. I don't really know. I think it's her dad. Are we seeing some Fubo Fregs Day unfolding? I have no idea, man. I'm not even playing OPEX on Fubo. If it runs for OPEX, awesome. If it doesn't, I could give a shit less. I have shares and like 2024 calls. Don't lie. You, her, and her cat make OnlyFans videos together. That's how you actually became rich. Jesus Christ. It's not Friday, guys. My cost basis on my remaining Fubo call is covered. I'm something of a pro trader myself. Congratulations, Dork. You know what? Fubo's gonna be my GameStop. Like the way, the way Roaring, because BBBY and Spurt and Cat haven't been enough for everybody to propel me to levels of fame where I get interviewed by Congress. So Fubo's I'm banking on Fubo to get me a seat in front of Chair Pow. They're all my GMEs. What about Rev 35Cs? We'll see. What would you say to him? I just whispered that I love him in his ear. 15. I have 15,000 shares of Fubo. This is not my primary brokerage account. It's fucking WeBull. What do you think I do with all that sweet super chat money? You think this is a tally of it? It's not. No. Well, okay, Maxine Waters too. Thanks for Rev and Fubo. Made some really solid profit, but I have to remind myself it's not my DD. It was yours. Thanks, Gear. Thanks, man. Congrats. I'm not a centaur. It'll be Rev or Fubo. It'll be one of them. I'm diversifying. Shut up, Gurk. Gosh, you're so self-centered. $15K Fubo shares, but how much call delta do you have? What are fives at right now? 0.6. Uh, tens are 0.3. I don't know, like 40,000 call delta. I delivered to this trust fund girl whose parents signed her up for Blue Apron to get her to cook yesterday. After adding the sixth, that was a lot. Hold on. After adding the 8th weekly perishable box to the smelly pile outside her door, she said, "I don't cook. I won't be cooking," and slammed the door. Why would you do such a thing to her? Just keep the Blue Apron for yourself. Can that happen? Can someone just be like, "I want you to have that package"? Is that allowed? I don't know what kind of rules govern you guys. It kind of just dawned on me that my analysis has probably led to retail traders making lots of money. I wonder if anyone's ever just become like a millionaire and left. Or become a millionaire and stayed like Bithead. Or was a millionaire and is now broke, like Popcorn Trader. We wouldn't be able to get a package through the security checkpoint after work. That's what she said. Sorry, I've been rewatching The Office too much lately. I'll let you know in January. What happened to Cock Magic? He's still there. He's just quiet now. He is known. I got a good entry on Fubo, bought a lot of theta, and set conservative stops when I hit 90% gains. It's like I'm learning thanks to the infotainment. Congratulations, Death, for my birthday. Check the package in the ditch right before entering the work parking lot. Then on your way out, pick it up. I feel like you shouldn't have to be so... Like, people tip their delivery guys, right? Like, I have the same UPS guy, like, every day. And I tip him once. I throw him some, like, cash on holidays and shit. So if I wanted to gift my UPS driver Blue Apron, I should be allowed to. I'm going to contact them about their policy. I don't like this. For the briefest of moments on Freg's Day, I was a millionaire. Then I wasn't. But I will be again by Freg's anniversary. Are these all ascending wedges? I mean, this is an ascending wedge. But if it recovers higher, that's bullish, right? So we expect it to break down. The problem is that like a lot of these like short-term indicators are not like a reliable long-term indication of what the stock is going to do, right? But yeah, we would expect a drop probably back to resistance because the push up is a bit of a slog and buy pressure is dying off. And then, you know, if ideally buy pressure would recover and lead to higher highs. So generally you get some like bearish formations as you move into a bullish trend. So you get like an ascending wedge like this that fails, then recovers, right, into like an uptrend. Like a more stable uptrend. We had a 30-year driver take a discarded box of flowers from Pro Flowers out of a dumpster and bring it home, and he was terminated. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that sounds not worth it. That's awful. I guess there's a lot of liability risk on their end. Jordan, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon.
Fubo pushing daily high, gonna rip. We'll see. Looks good. I'm up. I'm already up on my position like a shitload. If IV breaks on this, I'm gonna make a lot of money. I wonder if I should get some more volatility plays. 42? Yeah, fuck it. Some more of these. Rev looks like it's ready to move up. How reliable do you find EMAs on the 1 hour? Or do you use them for short-term trading? I wouldn't use them on Revlon at all. I think Revlon is far too volatile to assess any short-term technical trends. Hear me out. AMC partners with GME to offer a spin-off of Ape and calls it Gape. Boom, shorts close. Yeah, probably not. I spent more than I should have on 1021 9750 Cs. For what stock? SLD is actually Wednesday at the opening bell through Monday at the opening bell. That's the deposit period. I think a lot of the deposit action takes place throughout the whole period, but we really only see the effect of like bigger primes and stuff. I think Amazon could push back to 140. 137 or 139.80. 140 looks like a pretty strong like wall, actually. All right, looks like if SPY breaks up here, that's super fucking bullish, by the way. Like if it picks up volume here at the break of VWAP, very significant. Because this should be the failure point of the trend. Sherwood actually looking good to test 245. I think I bought calls on that. I don't remember what broker I bought them in, but I picked up some leaps. I'll probably just hold them. I've done really well holding them into their earnings in the past. Well, they can start pre-hedging and moving positions around Tuesday after market close. Sometimes you see it into Tuesday at market, like before market close. The submission, so they can move positions through the entire week. The submission of the deposits has to occur between Wednesday at market open and Monday at market open. Right. So the submission has to occur during that period, but yeah, absolutely they could they can, you know, sell off assets for those deposits in advance of making the deposit. I think generally the more bullish the market is, the earlier in that period, and you know, it's just like a loose correlation. Obviously, it's not, I wouldn't say it's reliable, but it does appear that the more bullish the market is entering SLD, the earlier in the SLD period the deposits occur. The majority of the price movement occurs between Monday and like to the upside before SLD. Usually occurs Monday and Tuesday. Tuesday is usually the high. If you were up 140% on October 21, $4 Fubo calls, do you reposition farther out and up, or what do you like to do there typically in that spot? I mean, since my thesis on Fubo is kind of long term, I would probably roll out and up. So I'd get further dated calls at like 5 or 6. But I mean, you could also just take profits and have money. You either see Fubo could break 6 during OPEX. Maybe. We don't know if Fubo's... So Fubo's died off of, like, here. Let me try to show you guys. So Fubo stopped really running with OPEX cycles back in November, right? Got shorted into the ground after Comcast sold their position out, and on the back of some pretty terrible earnings. This latest earnings was kind of bullish. They've made some really big fundamental changes going into their like shareholder meeting, and some big changes that are going to affect the future of the company a lot. So what I think is going to happen after this brief spike in volatility is that we are going to see it spin back up into these, you know, short volatility cycles. So is it going to have an OPEX now? I don't know, but I think over time, with more institutional positioning and the current short interest on the stock, we're going to see, you know, those volatility positions move back in. And I think we did see a lot of those volatility positions move back in here. This was the highest volume Fubo's had in the history of the stock, on August, August 16th. Right. So, you know, there's still either latent positions in Fubo's shorts, or, you know, and those are going to get blown up as the value of the stock increases, or we're going to see more short volatility positions come in as volatility goes up and it becomes advantageous to short it. And so I think, you know, kind of like getting in GME very early, but with the knowledge that we have now, you know, this would be a great way for people to get a hold of stock while it's very cheap and have that opportunity to compound that ownership into larger and larger ownership stakes as time goes on via covered calls and potential, you know, OPEX price cycles. Fubo's got a pretty big short position, 30 something percent. What's your end of year price target for Fubo? Like 8? Like average of 8? I think slow increase, high volatility events will have a chance to improve price beyond my expectations, right? But I think valuation wise, 8 to 13 by 2024. Okay, so the trend failed. Now we got to see if it catches a bid at a higher level. So after this failure, now it can begin like an uptrend. Right? This is what I was talking about before. So if it's able to find support from the buy side at the lower range, then we can, you know, kind of recover and start a more stable uptrend that's not so skewed. If you expect the price of the underlying to decrease and you sold a weekly CC well in the money, is it possible you get a sign before expiration? Sure. Yeah. It's not super likely, but it's possible. Hupo dead. Oh yeah, on its 8-cent price drop. Do you look for specific IV for covered calls, or is it simply a desirable premium amount? I usually base it off of the delta of the strike and my desire to either be assigned or not assigned. Then I consider a premium. Sometimes you sell covered calls and you don't want to be assigned, which is a lot of my covered call selling. And sometimes you sell covered calls and you do want to be assigned. Those are different scenarios. Excluding the contract's liquidity, can you explain what makes Jan 23 237.50 better than say October 55s? They have similar contract price and Vega. Vega on farther dated contracts rises faster than Vega on shorter dated contracts. Although, an October 55 would also pick up intrinsic value on a run-in price. And so the delta would go up faster than the Vega would go up, as opposed to a 237.50, which I don't think is actually a great contract anymore for capturing volatility moves in GME. I would use something closer to the money, probably like 100s or 80s. And sometimes you're Gherk and trying to get assigned on CCs, but nobody wants them. There's just no fucking way my Amazon CCs don't get called away this Friday. They're at 110. Yeah, no problem, Murph Dog. What IV plays are you doing for GME OPEX? I don't know yet. I haven't really decided on one. I'll think about it. From a recession perspective, would you consider a Fubo a stronghold for that? I think they're small enough to be efficient in a space where, a lot of other services are not. HBO, Netflix, Disney, all of those are going to get hit much harder by a recession than something like Fubo. And I think the share price is already extremely low, near book value, right? So you're really are like at these prices you're paying for what you get. There's not a lot of room to the downside outside of failure of the company. And I think the moves they're making to lower the price of their subscription service by adding advertising to their platform is going to make it more attractive to people as the recession hits its stride. And if they can reduce the cost of their monthly membership, especially on the lower tiers, because people who can afford 100 or 120 a month will pay it anyway. But on the lower tiers, that could open them up to all that ad revenue, which could be huge for them, especially if it attracts more subscribers. And I think they're getting the contracts and the rights to do that. And then additionally, you have gambling, which is, as we all know, very attractive to a lot of people. And recessions, don't really see a decline in interest in gambling. And being able to like watch sports games at home events with friends is a very recession kind of thing, especially if you can throw a couple bucks on whatever your buddy's betting against. And it adds that at home entertainment value which people will seek out in a time of recession, as opposed to going to a bar and spending more money. They're more and more likely to do that kind of thing at home and invite people over. Reduce costs, drinks are cheaper, entertainment's cheaper. So I think they're pretty recession proof. Internet picture quality is inferior. I think they have like 4K, right? Sports ball betting, same as zero DT spy puts the day of a JPOW speech. You probably have better odds on the zero DT spy puts. Should be looking for a good entry for spy puts this Thursday, Friday, or sooner. I would look either in this rally for a chance to enter spy puts, or I would look after SLD. So I think we're gonna have like 2 peaks on the market over the next week and a half. And I think the second one will be better for put positioning, but this one, there's no reason to miss out on potential downside. But for shorter dated, I would stay much closer to the money. I would try to be like, at the money or just out of it. Like in a test of 412, I wouldn't get puts lower than like 410 for the short for SLD. If you're buying them with plenty of theta, you get a little bit more flexibility with that downside. You could probably target like 4,000 or 4050. Do you guys prefer me to use SPY pricing or SPX pricing? Like, you just move the decimal, right? So SPX is more important because the SPY is what SPX is what the SPY tracks, right? Poll? All right. So if you're gonna trade SPY or SPX, or you need to understand SPX, and it's high time that we focus more on SPX. Yeah, SPY will catch up. There's always arbitrage opportunities. Ice cream sandwich. Not for us, but for institutions. Fubo. How do you trade SPX on WeBull? You just type in SPX. If you might have to open an options tab. You really think the SPY is going down after the Fed speech tomorrow? No. The Fed speech isn't tomorrow, it's next week. Like the Fed economic forecast is next week. Tomorrow I expect the SPY to move up with CPI data coming in. And then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, maybe into Monday, there's potential for a downside move of like 200 to 300 basis points. And then I expect for OPEX, the SPY to also move back up into a higher range. SPY's winning by a lot. I can't do polls for specific audiences. Like, it's just, you just do a poll. There's no, like, filtering it. SPX trading can work on Visa. It can. I mean, Visa's pretty heavily weighted in the SPY. That's kind of the beauty of like Cat and Visa. One of the reasons I like them is they tend to move a little more aggressively. They're kind of illiquid. They're big favorite blue chip stocks. So when you're playing options, they tend to move a little more aggressively than the index that they are tracked in. Billionaire stream on Fubo? What about? I can't wait for people to ask if Fubo is a good buy at 20 while I'm eating caviar in my new Porsche. What's Upstart doing? I'm just hanging out. If Bobby were to run on OPEX, what would be your PT? Currently? It depends on how much volume it got, but I would say a fairly significant bump in IV, and then probably more than the price improvement, and then maybe like 15. It could push up to 20 if, some FOMO picked up, which it easily could. But right now, I would like current positioning, I would say 15. 20 is probably about where Gamma Max is, right? There's so much fucking call buying at that level. It's got to be pretty close to there. Nope. Gamma Max said not at 20. It's at 14. So yeah, 10% of 10-15% above Gamma Max, right? Obviously, Gamma Max can move up really rapidly, but you messing with Fubo Leaps? I have a shitload of them. I have 250 at 5. I have like 170 at 10. I have like 100 something $50 ones. They were really cheap when I was buying them, so. Seeing M has X dividend of 914. Something to keep an eye on. Something to keep in mind for entry. Yeah. Might even be good enough to just print calls, depending. At what price will Fubo become FOMO territory? $10. All of these stocks, $10 is a huge psychological point. Yeah, you still call Jan 23's leaps because they are leaps. There are 3 leap contracts per year. It's December, January, and June. It is the name of the product. It is a equity leap trademarked. How will Rev break 8? It's done it 3 times already since we've been trading it. Wouldn't a dividend on M cause the price to go down? Generally, it causes shorts to cover. Although, I don't think anybody short Macy's is really worried about paying out the dividend. I call my weeklies leaps to blame my losses on market manipulation. Those are called leaplies. That's a new financial product. It's just the highest strike weekly contract. Do you think Fubo will see upward price action from OPEX? Maybe. I'm not betting on it, but it'd be cool if it does. Obviously, I'd take advantage of that by selling covered calls and probably buying puts. When you say Fubo leaps, do you mean 2023 or 2024? I have both. There are Fubo 2025 leaps, and I'm about it. It's kind of cool. Did you see Fubo going to 4, under 4? I mean, it could, but right now it's, seeing a lot of price appreciation. It's undoubtedly in an accumulation phase, and you may not get those sub $4 prices again. You could, but you may not. There is some risk that it will not return to those prices. If you look at Fubo on like the long term, it is holding the bounce quite well. So there's a very good chance it doesn't return to these prices that were some of the lowest in its history. It hit 37 cents when it IPO'd. Or no, not when it IPO'd, but back in March of 2017. So like Volmageddon. No, that wasn't Volmageddon. March of 2017. I'm not actually sure why it hit 17 cents here, but it did. I'd imagine that that's split adjusted somehow. And in January of 2018, it hit $131. I remember when it ran with GME, like back in January and December of 2020. But yeah, it looks very good. I think the next range of stabilization will probably be somewhere in here, in this like $6 to $8 range. Looking at Upstart, why did you choose 35s and not 30s? I might get some 30s, but I like the $35 contract better. What price on GME would cause Fomageddon? $60? I'll sell it 59. Fubros. Jesus. Well, this recovery on the SPY is really good. If anyone cares. It's doing its thing. So now we can start. So, that descending wedge broke down, right? This is what I was talking about earlier. So we have that descending wedge, right? And it broke down. And then we had a really rapid recovery up to this level. And now we should be able to start seeing, price improvement, like in a stable trend. Especially as we approach the end of day and like volume picks up, and you know, volume's already buy side favored, so when that picks up it should start to drive more price action. I disagree. Well, fuck you. I don't care if you disagree, Carl, you son of a bitch. Buy 0 DTE? Sure. I love how you said fuck you before you even read who wrote it. I mean, nothing would have changed. I did buy it out of the money. It was alright, Taco Man. Not the worst weekend. What the fuck was that? It wouldn't let me place a market order for spy on calls? That was bullshit. I'm nervous about the rejection of the 786 extension from the bottom. Oh, I don't care about fibs. But sure. Yeah, I know the level you're talking about. It's just you're asking the poorest if they prefer SPX over SPY. You're better than that, Gurk. Uh yeah, I know. I'm about to find out if I still have a job in 4 minutes. Wish me luck. Do you want a job? Is having the job the good outcome, right? Like when I hear the word retracement, I'm like, oh, sorry, I didn't know you were one of the special people. Spy versus SPX, might as well ask how many people here have an account over 20K and under. Fair. Honestly though, like fibs on indexes aren't nearly as bad as they are on like individual assets. They're fine on indexes. They're good on blue chips. I don't like them, but they're more reliable on less volatile securities. What would happen if a whale entered Rev? The price would probably move up pretty hard. Not a lot of room to squeeze a whale in there, but I guess they could try to find space. Fibs on derivative charts are for people with big dick energy. Yeah, I know. I just think that the underlying thesis behind fibs is bullshit. The only thing that really gives them any credence is how many people use them, and that really only applies to smaller, like small and micro cap companies where people are like day trading a lot. Like the majority of the volume is trade volume. Try to learn more. How did you know the SPY would go back up? Is it mainly from the OI data this morning? Partially. I mean, also technical trends, knowledge of historical SLD periods, understanding of macroeconomics, derivatives positioning on the SPX and the SPY. Yeah, I think that covers most of it. I have a hard time believing Ugo is not balls deep in Rebecca already. I mean, first of all, it's a French company. BlackRock whispering in my ear. Yeah. You made all those things up. SPY goes up because fuck my puts. If I were to win the lottery, would I be allowed to invest it all on at the money SPY put leaps? Are there restrictions for things like that? No? This looks like a good entry for M. Let's take a look. Oh, not bad. It popped up and came down. Yeah, this isn't bad. Ooh, that's some attractive pricing. See if that fills. If you dumped 20 million into at the money SPY contracts, would you have trouble selling? No, probably not. SPY's very liquid. No, it's not I mean, depending on your brokerage account, but if you win the lottery, you can probably get access to higher limits. There are positional limits, but I mean, you're not going to get 60,000 at the money puts with $20 million. You probably wouldn't have a hard time getting out of Apple either. Did you buy 203 M calls right now at the $20 strike for October monthly? Or did some people just ghost you? I didn't buy any on this order. I'll just wait. Fubo Squart. Yeah, it's moving again. Huh. Rev had 2 consecutive 1-minute candles. That's a new record. Spy PT still looking at 415, or is 412 the new PT? I'm still looking at 415, but it's kind of cross 412 first. Rev learned from Fubo. Okay, thanks. Sometimes the best things take time, you know? It seems they're internalizing a lot on GME. Really? I feel like GME's just not trading that much volume. Some? It's mostly moving with the SPY. Yeah, Fubo. I think Fubo's starting to get dragged up by the $5 calls. What's the key to timing a buy right? Um, I mean, ideally, buying low and then selling on a high. Like catching a bounce is really good for buy rights. I'm not a huge fan of buy rights as a strategy, but they're good when you don't have a lot of money. Also for like beginners, because you're kind of just like you're buying a stock at price X, and you have like an automatic sell at the strike. Fubo might break 5 today. It's looking really good. When people say I need to learn fundamentals, what does that mean and how do I start? Fundamentals of what? Like fundamental analysis or like the fundamentals of something specific? What's a healthy revenue multiple for a tech hardware company in the current market? I don't know, like 10, 20. Depending on their supply chain constraints right now, or into the end of this year. Thoughts on Upstart being on Reg Show? Was that part of the reason you chose it? No. I actually forgot it was on Reg Show, but it adds credibility to the thesis. Sold a bunch of $4 puts on Fubo, but it looks like the real play was buying calls. Back in on the next round, I guess. Yeah. I took Fubo gains right now, so it'll go way higher, guys. Yeah, you probably should have. I mean, obviously capturing profits is great, but if Fubo breaks 5, there's a shitload of call OI that's gonna go in the money, which is a big deal. What would a $25,000 port look like for you in the current market environment? 60% GME higher? I wouldn't buy GME at these prices. Like if I was opening a port right now, GME would not be a company that I was putting money in that port into. I mean, a lot of my position in GME is there because my cost basis is so low, and then also because like I have a very large position in it, right? So it's very profitable to sell covered calls. But if I had like $25,000, I'd be investing in things with less realized value. Couldn't Rev go crazy after it's announced that it's not going to get delisted? Possibly, yeah. I mean, all the ETFs have to buy back in, which will be fun. If you wouldn't buy it, then why keep it? Because it's $28 right now, and I have a cost basis of like $9. I think the revenue multiple of Logitech is between 2 and 3. If I'm not making a mistake in translation, is it really that low? That's surprising. Looks like Logitech's trading at a 15.75 ratio. Is Logitech really a tech company? I mean, sort of, but they're trading at a pretty high multiple. They're like a gaming company, right? Like all of their like most of their revenue comes from their like gaming products. I guess they sell like just office products too. I don't know how much of their revenue comes from that. You look very pensive. Yeah. Fuba goes with 5. Will the MMs hedge right away, or can they wait T+2 before hedging? I mean, some's gonna get hedged right away, some will get hedged later. Delta exposure generally gets hedged immediately. As well, actually, as does gamma exposure. It's just that there's exposure that can't be predicted as you move towards expiration, and that's why you get like T+2 gamma exposure covering. Because no matter how perfectly they hedge, the expansion of gamma into expiration causes tail risk that has to be hedged after the fact because it's unpredictable. Any book recommendations for evaluating single companies for growth, long-term growth, or being undervalued? Yeah, I always tell everybody securities analysis or The Intelligent Investor is a very good place to start. Good old Graham. Don't worry about it. I'm too maniac. Is this as good a time as any to get back into weekly GME 30 CCs, or do you think there's still room to run today? I still think there's potential to run today and tomorrow. I'd rather wait to get back into that like remainder of my covered call position and sell them at least for more than I bought them back for, right? When Fubo to Wall Street bets? I don't really think it's their kind of play. Benjamin Graham was Warren Buffett's mentor and professor. Yep. You could also listen to Buffett. He's got different views than Graham did. Slightly. There's a lot of similarities, but do you like hanger steaks? My favorite, but hard to find. Yeah, they're pretty good. Hard to find at like a butcher. Pretty easy to find in restaurants, generally. Pickles in Wall Street. Vic seems a little bit uppity with this price action. Yeah, there's some volatility still, but I think that's just because you're seeing the lack of, volatility shorts on this bear rally as opposed to the last one where they shorted it very, very, very hard. So I know how much you love candlestick patterns, sarcasm intended. If we close lower than here today on the SPY, we will have a great setup for a shooting star doji into a bear reversal on the daily. Oh, God. Why would you say those things to me? I think it's really great to look at Buffett because thank you for you didn't have to time him out, Carl. Triple top around 411 on the SPY today seems bearish into close. Agree? No. I think we're just seeing stabilization in this range because of the CPI data in the morning. So we're seeing lots of things being straddled. Currently in Vegas, just put 100 on black in honor of our favorite shirt color. Here's your cut. Dude, thank you so much, Crest. I hope you're having fun, man. That's awesome, dude. And congrats on hitting on black. You know, I've people are always recommending me like financial gurus to check out regards Skinky, and I've yet to find one that I didn't think was just completely full of shit. Because if they weren't full of shit, why are they a financial guru? Right? Like, I don't know about shills. It's just like it's almost like that saying about teaching, but like those that can't do influence. I'm not a financial guru. I just hang out and trade stocks. I'm not out there like, making videos like this is why the SPY is going to lose 20 points in the next 6 months. Make sure you sign up to my Patreon for more information. Like, if you knew the SPY was going to drop 20 points in the next 6 months, why the fuck are you telling anyone about it? Just shut the fuck up and go make money. I also have different motivations, but we're not going to get into that. I have a financial kangaroo. Yeah, I'm just trying to sell my covered calls. How dare they accuse you of being a financial guru? You're a cult leader. Here's a coffee on me. Thanks again for your beautiful brain. Thanks, Truth State. I bought some more covered calls. Nice. What is a member milestone chat supposed to be used for? I don't know. Marking your milestones? I mean, first of all, let's look at the system I have set up here for my quote unquote paywall. I mostly give all the information away like 12 hours later anyway for free. Like, if you watch the stream, you probably know what Pickle's picks are without ever signing up. BMAC, thanks for becoming a Cornishon, man. I take screenshots of my milestone chats, print them, and put them in my baby keepsakes book. Nice. The price target on EPM still the same with this pump if you enter above risk. Yeah. I mean, there was some really good profit taking opportunity on the last jump, but that gap is still very much there. And I do think with a fall in QQQ or Nasdaq over the next like month or so, there's a really good opportunity there. Just hard to get contracts, right? Like, and because of that difficulty, I'm not even sure if it's like the best play, but it is a play. Could we be called moon goons? No, that's disgusting. You see Pat McAfee is pumping Fubo for their sports book? No, but cool. Hey there, my favorite financial guru. Thanks for your hard work and effort. I'm glad to pay $99 a month for the privilege of losing all my money on zero DTEs. Anytime, Gris. You don't need to be any richer than you already are, right? Love you, Dad. Please bring back playing with pickles. Finish Elden Ring. I don't want to finish that. And Jesus Christ. You've been a member for 16 months, you guys? I've been doing this too fucking long. Holy fuck. Has it been that long? Return to Monkey Island stream. I mean, I have to, right? These are for shit posting and deliberately despising people who don't subscribe to Girk Daddy's method of cynical de-endorsement of losing hard-earned money on stupid shit like weeklies and hopium plays. Smarten up, regards. Thank you so much, Visceral. Jesus, man. I don't know if like I enjoy streaming, but I can't imagine doing it differently every day now. Like it's just part of the daily routine. And I mean it's way better than fucking doing this, but I would be sitting here doing this in silence, playing team fight tactics all day either way. So it's a step up from that. I mean I have fun with it. If you haven't picked up what the Pickles picks of the week are, Girk talked about how AMC is likely to hit $50 this week, so load up on $100 weeklies. Also, wheat is about to rip, so remember to constantly ask when wheat moon. Fuck you, pretzel. Yeah, it has. Thanks for streaming. Thanks, Nason. I've seen you raise 2 kids since you started. I was once a poor and couldn't afford billionaires until 13 months ago. Thanks for all you do. Thanks, man. And congrats on no longer being a poor. I too am a member. Thanks, Fevies. Will you trade with us from your yacht when you make it? I mean, I'm not going to stop trading, right? I'll just be the activist investor who doesn't dump my bags on the poor that you all dream of. That's what I'll do from my yacht. I can't wait for that. I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm done with this company. I think I'm gonna sell my position, and I'm gonna announce it like 48 hours in advance, and then sell, and then people are still gonna be like, I can't believe you dumped your fucking bags on us. Thanks for last night. No problem, Pyro Holder. If I had that much money, I'd rug pull everyone. After so many red days, after losing 10Ks in gains and another 10K in my port the last month, I took my lessons from it, coming out a better trader, I believe. Today, I finally have a nice green day. Good, nice green day. Thank you so much, Servaldor. And congratulations, dude. It's an adventure. It takes time to get good at it. Ooh, Fubo hit 5. Shit. That's why I try to tell people to paper trade first, because there's a lot of lessons you can learn for free instead of paying to learn them. I've been spending time away from the stream for a bit, still watching the clips and reading the daily. How does this OPEX look at this point compared to our runs and OPEXs? How bearish is JFresh? JFresh is a little bullish. Cautious though. He's making markets right now. So, you know, not as bearish as he previously has been. It's looking good. Obviously approaching it with some caution, but it's looking a lot better than, you know, June or August. And the setup is looking very, very true to form. Very similar to the Maze setup. To another 16 months. Thanks, Razma. That's 4 rejections at 411 today. How in the world is that bullish? Tomorrow, yeah, but today I think not. I don't know. Keeps trying, right? It's not, it's, I mean, you're saying rejections, but the recoveries are higher and higher. It's also more rejections than that at 411, but I would say that there is persistent buy pressure and eventually it will win out. It doesn't seem to be weakening, right? In fact, people seem to be willing to buy in higher and higher ranges as it moves up. Thanks for putting us on to Fabino. You're the best show ever. Thanks, man. Hey, Gork, I love you. Just bought some more Rev because your lips were moving. What do you think about doing financial literature like books channel on Discord? Rev it up, baby. Um, maybe. I'd think about it. There's so many that are just bullshit, though. It's just like, I don't know. I'll think about it. Didn't we all, including you, get caught off guard in May? Yeah. And didn't have any position going into it, though. True. Although I did sell a bunch of covered calls at the top of it. But yeah, May was a bit of a surprise. To be fair, though, we thought May was the beginning of what was going to lead to June. Because we were under the assumption that, you know, we were running on a different cycle. Like MJSD versus F-Man. After May was when we decided to just get exposure to every single fucking OPEX regardless. Confession, lost 30K, 5K a month the past 6 months because of short dated options and trying to regain past losses with big plays. Trying to be better. Thank you for streaming daily. You'll make it back. Just be consistent. Are you only playing options on Fubo now or still buying long positions? I already have my long position. I think. I don't think I want to buy any more shares. MNB79, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. I found May often leads to June. It does. Pretty frequently.
Yeah, we might have
When someone was able to get 6 figures worth of capital out of GME, want to keep playing CSPs and CCs? Is there a price re-entrance you'd feel comfortable with in the future? Like 20, 25, like the low end of the weighted VWAP. That might move up a little bit after a big run, but I would say, yeah, like below the $26 range on GME right now is a really good entry opportunity. Fill that is up. How big is that gap? It's just a penny. I thought Fubo was a long play. I'm already up 25% on my shares. Did you lie to us? Shill? No? Price realization's happening a little faster than I expected it to. At least I'm a better trader than Melvin. Gabriel Plotkin. That's nice. I wonder if I can get a $500 billion or $500 million loan. I should call Kenny. What's a PT for Fubo? Short term 6 to 8, long term 13. Gabe Plotkin's career over, and now he's just an unemployed, mega rich guy. I mean, I'm sure he'll like run out of money and restart his fund at some point. SPY looks good, but I'd love to see it retest 410. I wonder how much of this is because like the elevated market, people are entering put side straddles for CPI, and we're gonna see call buying at the end of the day. He's not hurting for fucking money. That's not how loans at hedge funds work. Kenny made like $6 billion last quarter. He's fucking killing it. He's not hurting for anything. If someone gave you 100 mil for 1 week interest free, you could do whatever you wanted with it, but you had to pay every penny back. What would you do with it? Probably just buy a massive strangle on SPX. Or sell a massive strangle. Short strangle. SPX. Easy, not directional. Make a shitload of money off the theta. Go like 400, 420. Buy the rev float. It's like a fine line there. They totally just shorted Fubo 9 cents because you were crowing about earlier price realization. I'm ruined. Back down to 2 Cheez-Its. Keep it hush hush, please. You can't crash the market with $100 million. Challenge accepted. Sure, you could just buy up homes slowly, then dump them all as fast as possible at the top of the bubble. Cough, BlackRock, cough. Listen, that was way more than $100 million. I mean, you can move a market with $1 billion, but you're not going to crash it with $1 billion. Is Jamie still looking good for OPEX? Yeah? I mean, it's doing what we want it to do this week, which is fucking nothing. The waiting's the hardest part. Oh yeah, it's what a bitch multiplying your money, but you have to wait for it to happen. I can't think of anything more terrible. You know what sounds way better? Working for someone I hate who's stupider than me and tells me what to do all day for a meager income. That's just $1 billion, Stinky. You make me feel good and bad. Sorry. Say pittance. It sounds better. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, I know Fubo got rejected at $5. What did you guys think was gonna happen? Everything you say is true, but I also seem to have endless cash to YOLO on options. I mean, I guess that's one way of looking at it. Pittance is practically onomatopoeia. Huh. Decent time to enter V calls, or would you wait? Little higher. I mean, I would have gotten them lower if possible. Like under. I think I mentioned in the DD, like under 205 is a super fucking good opportunity. Jimmy, Rev, Fubo. I don't know. I own them all, so we'll find out. We'll find out which one performs the best. I assume you're asking because you only want to own one of those. Historically, GME is the best performing OPEC stock out of all of them. Well, actually, it's Tesla, but dollar gain is Tesla, percent gain GME. Volatility gain could be BBBY though, or FUBO because they have liquid floats. So you took a poll and said, fuck it, I'm going to show you both regardless. Kind of, yeah. Also, I don't really care about people's opinion on what pricing model I choose to use. I'm just going to flip back and forth between them until everyone gets used to them both. What is OPEX am idiot? After the expiration this week. So September 16th, T+2, 19th, 20th, and 21st will be the days of settlement realization. Yeah, it's right. It's it's always right around the corner when you play it every month. The problem with Tesla is it's volatile and risky. It's actually much riskier than GME for OPEX cycles. It burns out. It can burn out its gamma max really fast. And also the options are way fucking more expensive. No better than feeling than that third day of OPEX thinking today is the day. Yeah, they're a bit better. They're a bit cheaper, but that also means that the runs are going to be less significant, right? Do we care Matt Feinstein bounces from head of blockchain? Sorry, I just saw the news. I don't. I don't give a flying fuck. I'm sure a lot of people care a lot. I think if they thought Fubo was gonna moon when it hit $5 instantly. Since you spoke of bullish things, if it goes past, contain your FOMO, people. Just get in early and stop being poor. Right? If bullish things are gonna happen past $5 and it's under $5, wouldn't you want to own it under $5? That's confusing to me. Yeah, Visa's. Yeah, I mean, oh, there you go. There's a little drop. Market's pulling back to VWAP. That's what I wanted. Test it. That's the good stuff. I'm not poor. My assets are just undervalued. Do you agree Jan calls for Fubo greater than shares? Um, Jan calls for Fubo greater than shares. More leverage. But if you exercise them to get shareholding, then, you know, you're out the profitability. Do you mean no fucks given? I mean, it's not really no fucks given, right? It's just dumping internalization. Like when the market drops on high volume like that, someone's selling some GameStop, right? It's just that the buy orders have already been satisfied in the past. And so, you know, now they're just giving their shares fucking back to them. It's well, okay. I genuinely think the biggest issue viewers have is risk management. They go from very skeptical of your initial plays to extremely bullish, then they get burned by a number of factors. Yeah, like Fubo moved up 50 cents today, and now all of a sudden everyone's like, "Oh my god, this is the best stock ever." I will say it takes a certain amount of confidence and commitment to successfully do this every day. Be aware of that. You can build that confidence with experience and education. No? Okay. Well, I tried. Still bullish on the SPY if we drop below VWAP. Sure. Yeah, I don't think that changes anything. Still bullish on SPY if one minor indicator is changed or violated. Yeah, interestingly enough. You're not worried about holding overnight into CPI release tomorrow? No, that's why I want to hold overnight, because the CPI release is tomorrow. Still bullish on Rev, even though it had a death cross on the 1 minute MACD. Thoughts on how bullish CPI will affect GME? Probably some price improvement. I hope to use that opportunity to sell some more covered calls for this Friday. Do you expect CPI to be really bullish? Last time SPY went up like $6 in the PM. I do not expect it to be bad. Don't forget, a lot of this chop is positioning specifically for that data. Jesus, 5.2%, and the fucking SPY's gonna open it for like 440. It's not gonna drop that fucking much, man. SPY 900. Also, if, you know, CPI is 5.2, then the Fed's gonna probably push out like a fucking 1.5 rate hike next week. No, the SPY's not going to 440. CPI is probably gonna be like 8.5, 8.6, or 8.4. I'd be surprised if it came in at like 8.1. Yeah, Canada and Europe went up by 0.75. But we want to keep the dollar stronger, right? So in true American fashion, go big or go home. Wasn't it drastically worse than last month? Wasn't last month like 8.5? Uh, I'm, last month was 8.5. It's not drastically worse. It's about the same. 8.6 would be a surprise to the negative. 8.4. I mean, I think the forecast is 8.1, but I'd be surprised if it dropped that low. Core might move up though. Core might move back to 6. That would be kind of scary. Well, the stronger the dollar gets, the more at risk the yen is, right? Or, well, you know, the more at risk of squeezing the yen is. And Japan being forced to some kind of action. No, core's not going to move to 12. That's ridiculous. They about to unload some internalization on GME? Looks like it. CPI 8.83 or straight to 10. With energy prices as low as they've been, there's no fucking way that, you know, the year over year CPI is going to be worse this month. It's a question of how much better it is and how little does core inflation move up. Right? Core inflation is, like the annual inflation rate minus the minus like energy and like used cars and shit. And those, those are growing still, but they grow at a much slower rate than the more volatile inflation metrics built into CPI. Do I get long-term holding if I keep them? Yeah, if you have the contract for more than a year. As long as you don't if you exercise it though, that's a taxable event. Yeah, rents are still really high, but the rate of growth on all of that is just slower, right? So like 6 months from now, core inflation is going to be higher. But with energy costs lowering, CPI will not. I mean, CPI will go higher too, but it won't be moving higher on the back of energy and stuff like that, right? Why are they shorting Fubo? I don't know, because it was $5 and now they can buy it back at 480. That's generally why people short things. Yeah, Jimmy Octobers are really cheap right now. FUD. Just for PMCCs, I'll decide what to do with it come 2024. You also mentioned there were a lot of bag holders from many months ago to be looking to dump their bags on Fubo at these prices. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna hit some, paper-handed resistances. Maybe not though. I mean, some people who held through the dip are probably holding it for its long-term value. But that's, it's a really common psychological reaction when you're underwater for a really long time to sell the second you're above water. Are lower fuel costs generally just a result of the rapid depletion of strategic petroleum reserves, or what? I mean, it's that, and then, promises of higher production have cooled speculating in the oil markets, but, those promises of increased production have mostly not come to fruition. And so I think that's why I kind of think we're going to get another rally in energy prices into the latter part of this year. Upstart looking good. Yeah, it's starting to move, huh? There's no way we fill, right? This seems like an important test. Wow, Riven just up. I mean, I made a bunch of money going short on it. It was great. But yeah, there's a bit of well, there's a bit of irrational bullishness on Rivian, which is hard to define. You don't see that in a lot of stocks. Tesla is one. It makes me not want to play it very much. That over exuberance can lead to really volatile price action. Rivian same like new Tesla. I mean, investors are treating it that way. What's the upstart thesis? That it goes up? It starts. The upstart thesis is that it starts up. Also on Reg Show, which is cool. As long as it sees some price improvement during this period of being on Reg Show. It's literally in the name. Can't lose. Well, that's because Tesla has way too much of the market share and they can't meet the production required to hold it. So it's only logical that over time Tesla will run into fierce competition, right? The options are bad influencers continually puzzle me, and I think they're part of the drive to keep retail from actively participating in the markets to make money and not just lose it. Well, because it's really easy to be like, oh, buy this, and in 6 years after I'm done doing this, you'll realize profits, right? And that way, you don't build up a base of like really angry investors, right? So if your goal is to be an influencer, that's a better way to handle the situation, right? Because with turnover and viewership over time, it's very unlikely that any of the people that were there originally will still be there, right? And so you can just keep doing that in perpetuity. But with options, losses are visceral and realized immediately. So if you fuck up, you're going to know it right away, which is not good if you're trying to be an influencer. So it makes sense. Just from like an incentive standpoint, at least. I don't know about any conspiracies. What would make you bail on Rev? I don't know, it goes to zero. The only money I have in it are profits I made on it, so not a lot. Like, what's the worst that happened? I tied up 50 grand and didn't lose any of it. Need a loss for taxes? Yeah, there you go. You know, I put a fat chunk of money into Revlon initially, and it like 400%ed. And then I took all that money and put it back in Revlon, and it 200%ed. And then I took all that money and put it back in Revlon, and I don't fucking care what happens to it, right? Like, don't invest more than you can afford. Obviously, it's fucking risky. They're bankrupt. Can you teach us how to calculate GM? Probably not. Take all of the maximum gamma on the chain and add it together. Yeah, that works. Can you teach us how to Dougie? That's the wrong stream. I don't even know if you'll be able to see it. It's closed. Can you guys see it? It's like, there's like a little blood on it still. You're gonna get in a really bad way, Hammer Bro Fran Man, if you focus on how other people are doing in the market. Someone's always doing better than you. Did you grab some GME contracts on the cross of VWAP? No. And why would we do that, quick name? Right? Whenever someone's like, oh, hey, tell me about this, and I don't tell them, that's because that thing makes money, and fuck you. Right? Except Stefan. I just don't want to answer his questions. How about, hey, tell me this and I'll give you 20% of all your all profits. Is there some sort of signed agreement to that effect that I'm unaware of, Jettle? What's up, Stefan? When I started watching Pepe, I discovered he was making like 3,000% gains. And though I can definitely do this, and thought I could definitely do this as good and make 30%. 1% is good and make 30% gains. I was wrong. I thought you were doing really well lately. The problem with that is why not just not tell and then keep 100% of the profits? Exactly. Win Pickle Fund? I don't know. One day. I don't want to block. You got to understand, quick name. I don't want a blockchain stock market. No one does that makes money in the current market. A fair, balanced market with limited liquidity? Gross. Everybody be chomping at the bit to buy up like the one share that becomes available every other day. Yeah, the worst. Here's what I think's funny is that people think that there's just like a big pile of shares not owned by anyone that's just waiting around to be bought. No, all the shares in the fucking market are owned. Like they're either owned by institutions or banks or mutual funds. All of them. Everything's at 100% ownership. No. It is the market participants' willingness to sell and liquidate those assets that, you know, allows trading to occur. Otherwise it just becomes a competition to like buy up 100% of everything. That's because the market participants are willing to sell. And with equities, it's because they can just generate liquidity if someone wants to buy it. Isn't the only time everything isn't 100% owned like IPOs or DPOs? Yeah, share offerings. Anytime new liquidity is released into the market. Do you see Upstart is a good long-term play? I think so. I mean, not like I'm gonna buy the stock, but like over the next 5 months. Yeah. 4 months. The sheer premise of money and banking is passing around something with the promise of one entity having it for everyone and not having enough for everyone. You think once it's off Reg Show it'll dump again? I mean, not necessarily. I think the positioning on it's pretty bullish right now. I wrote a DD on it. A pretty in-depth one, I think, actually. If SPX starts to break the wedge end of day, you will have impressed me again, Pickle Man. I fucking hope it does. I need to get out of these zero DTs I got dared into buying, which were up, and then I didn't sell them. Overconfidence is a bitch, too. What do you mean, no pecs? Don't put that on me, Carl. It's not on my subreddit. Why would I care about Elon Musk's views on money? Like, here's the opinion of a man with all the money. And this is how he feels about it. Anywhere I can search for most marginable equities on IBKR, or do you know of any that is not the SPY? I'm doing CAT mostly right now. I think CAT's really good. Microsoft, Google are pretty high. I don't know how Amazon is. I don't have it on IBKR. Usually SPY is the best. I'm still employed. Let's get it. Fuck yeah, Ryan. Congratulations. You know, everyone has been waiting all day to hear the outcome of your employment status. I can't believe that they're still keeping you there. You do literally nothing at work. Do you aspire to take a financial broker's licensing course? I've passed it in the past. It's expired. But I've been previously. I am no longer. You have to continue working at like an institution to maintain your licensing. You also have to renew, which I never did. The test is super easy. I honestly couldn't believe it. All I could muster was, really? Are you sure? Have you considered being like The Rock in the show Ballers, working with athletes, managing their money? No. If any athletes want me to manage their money, let me know. Did you get the keys to the executive washroom? You know what? I did. It wasn't keys, it was like a key fob. There was a digital lock. You had to you rubbed it on the door. And then the door opened automatically. It was pretty fucking fancy. I'm not gonna lie. But you know what? Executive bathroom, and people still get shit on the toilet seat. So, you know, it's not really as elevated as you'd hope. How about managing DGen's money? We'll see. The executive bathroom did not have a bidet. Fine athlete. I run marathons in my bathroom every day. Dude, you want to mate off a bunch of athletes, then go to some island and live into the life of a millionaire? I don't know. I don't want to mate off anybody. You don't have to cheat to win. Hypothetically, if someone wanted to give another person money to invest for them, do you have to be like licensed, or is it whatever as long as you're not a fiduciary? It depends on your state. I would look into your state laws. A Division 3 scholarship 17 years ago. Does that make me an athlete? No. It was only 60 pounds ago. You're just bulking. You definitely have to kind of cheat to win. No, not at all. You just have to be smarter than the opponent. It's all strategy, right? The forever bulk. Unrealized gains, Carl. Unrealized gains. Dude, you still got me out working out for the next 3 weeks before my wedding. Fiance getting on my case about losing weight. I'm just bulking up will now be my response. Yeah, just eat entire plates of pasta in front of her. Be like, oh, I'm carbo loading. And then go to your friend's house and play video games for 6 hours. Come back, mist yourself, and be like, oh man, what a workout. Then in like 5 years, pull out like maybe I have a thyroid condition. And then 5 years after that, you'll both be dead, so it won't matter. Is Calic bullish to you? Mac Daily might cross over tomorrow. 2 large up moves recently. If CPI good tomorrow, might have the momentum to break 200. I still have my 916 calls. Yeah, it looks pretty decent. Weird run on Cat this time, but unfortunately I don't have very far dated options to capture all of it. Spino like 411 today. Hush, walking. I'm not selling at a loss together. I will hold either till worthless or break even. Because we're finna rip for power hour. Finna bust with CNS. Spy keeps hitting lower highs. Consolidation, good sir. Also, it just keeps hitting similar highs. Oh, those are the same. This one's a little lower. I will lose all 800 of these dollars. I don't give a shit. SLD's this week. Into next, technically. What's up, Sahib? How you doing, man? that's right. All right, this is how I see it going down. We get a descending wedge into a high support above the lower trend, right? Then the breakout of that descending wedge leads to a breakout of the bigger wedge. Glorious upside. Alternatively, it just doesn't stop dropping till it fills that gap at 407. But I'm going full bull. I'm not energized. I actually need more coffee. I'm super fucking tired. Hear me out. Jimmy calls so cheap right now. Seems bearish. Did you forget that it's split? Do you trade? I always trade SPY a lot. I just do it on stream more now. Why? Because Jimmy does this shit all day. Most days. It's like, it went up, and then it went down, and then I was just back where it started. Don't you dare slip that bottom fucking support. Go right back up. Yeah, everyone's always looking at the higher, like the lower highs, but they're not looking at the higher lows. I just had the realization that I won't get super rich, so I can bang Kenny G's ex-wife and have his kids call me dad. I'm sad now. Sorry, Kirk's BMG. Did you just scold the SPX and it listens to you? We'll see. Yeah, look at that. Look at that fucking EMA. That EMA 180 support. Like a fucking boss. Who wants to buy the SPY? Someone. Someone wants to buy some SPX. Maybe someone wants to buy it at 412 before the end of the day. That'd be great. Theta's decaying faster than the price is rising. And then someone's going to buy it a little higher here. Yeah. Recently, I made good gains on individual options trades, and then I gave it all back trying to trade indices. Is this a good indication I should stay the fuck away from SPY? Maybe. At least for now. It's actually quite hard to trade the indices. It's not easy. It takes experience. Especially SPX. SPX is definitely a more advanced product. I will say the accuracy of my trend lines is phenomenal. Remember, friendly reminder to everyone that Gurk with all his capital is playing with like 200 bucks. Please don't follow his 0 DTE plays. 800. Thank you. And yeah, these are not smart. How many tests? Oh. Oh. What now? Don't fall back to trend, you piece of shit. Come on, up, 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 up. Play the goddamn song.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase fun, buy it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock.
What now, walking? Huh? No! Is this market manipulation? I don't think so. Oh, it was just a trick. Good thing I don't have any stop losses on these fucking 0 DTEs, right?
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like.
I've been more sparse on the stream due to Discord update breaking headphone listening on mobile. Has the possible upcoming railroad workers strike been discussed? No one cares about it. They could potentially strike in 6 days. They'll resolve it before then.
I can be green, I can
I'm not kidding. They come up all the time, and they always get resolved right away.
I can be full, I can be anything you like.
Also, I'll have puts for that time period, so I don't care.
I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent.
Imagine walk-in telling me to sell at a loss. I probably will, but a greater loss. Or a lesser loss. Well, it depends on theta.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent.
Pure Dunning-Kruger.
I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside. I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
I plan on getting assigned to my GME 126, but I haven't yet. Is it random when they are assigned? I mean, it's in the money. You can be assigned at any time that it remains in the money up until its expiration. Not back below the line. Yeah, there we go. Recovery on the line. And then more ups. Oh, you bitch. Up. There we go. Better. No. Okay, that's fine. No. Stop selling. Walk in. You paper-handed bitch. They can't fake me out. I have no stops. I'm down 47% on these fucking options. Hold them overnight. There's 0 DTEs. How'd you choose your healthcare plan as a day trader? I just like went on the website and bought like the second most expensive one. Win head part of Head and Shoulders. Have the 0 DT closer to end of day. That way you don't have to pay for theta. Nice, Champ of Roses. Oddly, there isn't any stockholders discount. Do I average these down like a boss? Ah! I didn't know WeBull had a cutoff time for 0 DTEs. Lame. That's horseshit. Gap fill? Not yet. Come on. Oh, it didn't fill it. It's not over yet. These 0 DTs, if nothing else, are going to provide me endless entertainment value until the end of the day. There it is. Don't open a fund, just make markets. Fidelity just laughs at me with an error message. The best part is that WeBull doesn't force close your 0 DTEs. They will let you degenerately hold them all the way into close. Even if they're in the money. Which EPAM put did you buy? All the 420s seem to be PCO. Yeah, some people were saying that like earlier in the week. I have October and January 420s. One of each. I might have gotten them before they PCO'd them though. Maybe that's why I'm not getting any fills. DRM. There's definitely a DRM, Chris. They have an options market. Ultimate strat, sell CCs on PCO positions. I mean, you shouldn't be able to. An ex-girlfriend named Bobby just knocked on my door and asked me to take her back. She promised me good times, but I told her to go away and never come back. Nice. Is this failing or did I just draw it too high? I might have drawn it too high. Yeah, here we fucking go. Let's do it. I'm gonna play a song again.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock.
What is this emoji? Lipstick? Is BBY likely to go up? If the market rallies hard tomorrow, it might cross 10, but it'll probably end up falling back below that by the end of the week. Gap filled? All right. Bull case of the market tomorrow. Solid CPI with not a huge amount of growth in core inflation. Could go as high as like 415, maybe 420. No. One more. Oh, you bitch. Is there even support down here? That's so gross. Nasty. Hmm. Damn. They were just way too zoomed in. That looks like it's gonna move all the way back to fucking 409 again. Wait a second. Oh, this trend's not nearly as much fun. Gross. It's Doritoception. How is Fubio disappointing you? It's not. It had a great day. It's up 10% again. VIX being up 5%, raise any red flags to you about CPI? No. Where's the support? Is it all the way back down here? There's got to be a support somewhere. It's at 400. Add the money straddle for the SPY tonight. I already have in the money puts. So I'm already in a straddle. Like my long-term position's already a straddle. Straight up Spidey. Give me a strong suggestion about these GME 30Cs. I mean, if GME doesn't hold above 30 by SLD, it'll probably drop below again before the week is over. So your PT for GME OPEX is just GM plus a little? Yeah, pretty much. Jimmy calls on Friday or sooner? I don't know, maybe sooner. Definitely after SLD. I'm not gonna buy fucking calls before the market drops 200 or 300 basis points. So you're only bullish on the SPY for the next 2 days? Yeah, but then I'm bullish on it again after that. 100 BPS basis points is, yeah, 1%. They're called bips, gosh. SLD this Wednesday? Wednesday through next Monday. My prediction, CPI comes in way better than expected. SPY drops 12%. Here's the shitty outcome for me right now. Inflation comes in relatively the same and nothing happens. That would be the worst possible scenario for my current position. If it goes down big or up big, I'm in a good spot. Are we now brothers in degeneracy? Wait, you missed it. Are you still in? Waiting for that end of day 100 basis point move into close. Walken's still in, I'm still in. That's the way it's going down. Why is VIX up 5%? Who cares? Seriously though, like VIX being up 5% isn't like a very big deal. And that's because volatility is probably being priced in market wide as we approach the CPI print. I think it's pretty common for VIX to rise a little bit before CPI dates. Sell a massive amount on strangles, so that way you're hedged for all three possibilities. Ooh. So sell a strangle outside of my bot straddle. Interesting. Yeah. That's an iron albatross. It's going all the way back down to the bottom. Let it fall. No more lines. High or low would be cool though. Rub what in? Is there still upside gamma exposure to cover tomorrow from Friday's call options? Does that all go away if we close lower than Friday's closing price? Or is that not how it works? Some of it goes away. And yeah, that is kind of how it works. Can we make a stream all about iron condors inside iron condors and other needlessly complex option strategies for tomorrow so the poorest can see that the options are in fact a strategic investment? I like this idea. What percent of people do you think who still think GME MOASS is still in the cards? Less than let on, right? Because if they're still like nagging everybody about DRSing, then they're still not confident that the stock can squeeze. Because like ultimately that's what the DRS thesis is, right? Is like an attempted solution to a prisoner's dilemma. So they already have doubt. The doubt is inherent in their need to promote. If they truly had faith in the thesis that GME was going to MOASS, they would never have to say anything about it. They would just buy it and hold it like DFE. Fubo, yeah, like I guess like you, biofuel. Fubo acting like Rev. Price goes down, option go up money. Oh, that's just higher IV. That's because the price went down hard, so IV spiked. And your options are probably out of the money, so they're not affected by the change in intrinsic value. Watch the stock GME squeeze from 15 to 75 after the market crashes, leaving strategic options investors as the only winners in this whole saga. Could we be putting in a less low low? Sure. Could you, if so inclined, spin 360 in your chair? I could. It goes all the way around, believe it or not. That is a higher low. It's looking bullish as fuck for tomorrow. Just really shitty for today. He said, if so inclined. I am not currently inclined to spin around in my chair. Whoever recommended Macy's owes me 50 cents. Do you think mocking me is going to get me to do it? That's not going to work. Why didn't you buy GME calls when it was trading at 23.50 like the rest of us degens? Oh, because I didn't want to hold worthless calls for 5 days. The only way I spin in this chair is if these options go green before close. It's not happening. Nice velvet. Well, I mean, if I'm entering a long-term position, I don't care about near-term price action, right? Composite Man, also, those positions are free, right? Did you not pay attention to the selling of the put? The put sell? Hold on. Here's the skinny. Composite Man knows the CPI would be solid. Composite Man also knows that retail has rallied that sound logic and has positioned themselves bullishly. Composite Man diddles his fingers like Mr. Burns. SPY drops 10 basis points tomorrow. 420 end of week. Except none of the institutions are positioned to the downside right now. They were earlier, but they started selling off right at market open. And they haven't been repositioning for weeklies to the downside. Just lots of straddles. What if Composite Man doesn't know where it's going to go? Also, gross, assuming that the Composite Man would react so quickly and not over a longer period of time. Composite Man doesn't know that I have in the money straddle. Where do you get positional data? A few different sources. CBOE prints at the end of the day. Market Chameleon. Those are the two big ones. Farther dated delta is bullish. It's more likely that the market pulls up. Also, CPI is probably going to be pretty good. I think Wyckoff would have some very, very negative things to say about using his theory to determine short-term movements in an index. Fubo's still looking bullish for tomorrow? I don't know. Who gives a shit? The MM's not going to drop the index. MM is neutral, especially on an index. They're not going to take that kind of risk. And he'd use crazy words from 19 Tickety 2, like cockamamie and balderdash. Exactly. I'm not crabby. Holding too many SPX calls. I hope they're far dated. Or very near the money. Gobbledygook? Whippersnapper. Rammy Cact? I don't even know what that is. G Willikers. Both a user. 420 possible for shares? Maybe. It'll have to fall through that 450 call OI though, which might be a little difficult. Market makers buying into a falling price on Fubo right now, so a lot of downside stabilization, right? Spy 914s overnight? Up to you. Are you up? Risky. Timeline for Nerve, 2+2 plus 35C from the big volume start. Yeah. Weird story about sounding old. So I learned Spanish exclusively from my grandparents in the US. So talking to people my age in Spanish, apparently I sound like I'm in my 70s. Nice. You don't really think about that existing in other languages. Huh. Well, good thing you're retired now. He's actually in his 80s. So much potential for these to go up before close. I think my break even right now is like $11 and 8 or 411.80. CPIs before market open. That's just greedy twice, Dilly. You'll never guess what price Rev is at. 666? Always has been. I think I've got another fucking 15 minutes on these. Diamond Hand Spy 411C through the bell into after hours trading window. You know it. No, they're not SPX. They're Spy. What do you think about MSM gaslighting retail to sell stocks? How? What do you mean, like the like Bazinga articles, like what you could do with your money if you sell your GME? Those have gone on forever. It's not like something new. It's just something people have just started paying attention to. Oh yeah, we're streaming until 4:15 today. What happens at 4:15? My spy option, my spy 0 DTs expire. What price do you need? I think like 411.80. It's got to break 411. Selfish. Halton to close. It's not too late to halt into close, but it's not going to happen on the spy. See you later, Dominic. Have a good one, man. Oh yeah, the MM really cares about my fucking 10 0 DTEs. Spy delisted into close. I think your spy call might be worth 0 in 30 seconds. No, they trade until 4:15. Ban whoever told you to buy those. Later, bullish on Houston's second intro. Oh shit. Holy fuck. So close. Still closed above 411 though, which is awesome. Well, moved about 411 after close. SPX closed at 4,111.16. Come on, keep going. Fucking 0 DT options are worth more after the bell than they were 5 seconds before close. Now we just need a really irrational burst of buy volume in the illiquid market hours, and we can just rock it up. 413, let's do it. Do you still have any theta? Seconds. I have seconds of theta left. No, 14 minutes. I don't need theta. I'm in the money. It's not a 0 DT, it's a 13 MTE. I just need to exit at a better price than walk in to win, which I believe was 34 cents. Where we're going, we don't need theta. This is the best $800 I've ever lost. 500 now. Oh shit. Did it just sell them? What the fuck? Aw, man. Buy back in. If this fucking rips, I'm gonna be so pissed off. All right. Well, that's it for the day. I think everything's kind of in line with this morning's expectations. GME had a little rally, tried to break that $30 wall, fell below and traded pretty flat under 30 for the rest of the day. Fubo had a nice run today, just pulling up with the markets, and SPX is pretty significantly into close. 100 basis points on the day. I think we'll see more price improvement tomorrow morning with the CPI print. That's probably about it. Call them, go full Karen. I will if the price goes up more. Like if the price goes up to like 412 by 415, I'll call in bitch. Are you exercising those? No. That might be why they closed them, because I turned auto exercise off. But I'm not sure. Crime? Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. And I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at, well, whatever time I wake up. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog. Wait, hold on. It's going back up. It is. It's moving back up again. I don't even have calls anymore. I just want to be angry about it. I mean, if it goes up past break even, which is 411.80, I am going to make WeBull give me my money. Stream the complaint. No. I would have to give out personal information on the call. Nice try, though. I'm still calling this a win over walk-in. He said it wouldn't go up. Get wrecked, walk-in. Even if you're not here. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. They got me a really good fill, considering, like, they sold the fucking peak of that shit, but I'm still mad about it. I'll be okay tomorrow if the SPY opens up $6, right? We got 3 more minutes. This feels illegal. What? Being here this late? Who taught me to do what? Overtime? Listen, if I'm not losing $800 once in a while on 0 DTEs, well, not even $500, what am I even doing here? Right? Enjoy your work, people. That's what matters. 800 is more than what I make in a year. You better not mess this up. Losing on CCs. I only closed the 30s. The 30s, 35s, and 40s I left open, and then I sold more 40s to offset the loss. So CCs are up. As long as GME doesn't hit 40 this week, I'll be fine. All right, that's it. Options trading is done. What are we doing? That's all we were doing. We were just watching SPY break 411 in after hours. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one.